Good evening, everybody. Before I begin the regular City Council meeting closed session, I'd like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk. And at this time, I would like to call to order the regular City Council meeting closed session. The time is 5:32. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take a roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Horn,
Present.
Councilmember Sosa,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo,
Here.
and Mayor Frometa.
Present. Now is the time for public comment, and I remind speakers that the public comment period is reserved for comments about the items listed under the closed session agenda. There's going to be an opportunity later in the meeting for general public comment. And this is a business meeting, and we have business to attend in the next hour. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. City Clerk Duarte, you said we have 2 speakers?
Yes, Mayor. And
Okay.
we don't, and just for the record, we don't have any written public comment.
No written public comment. Thank you. At this time, I would like to call on speaker number 1 to come up.
That's right. Number one, to inform you that pretty soon indictment's gonna come your way and your children can see you hauled ass away, like, for example, Evan versus Mahoney, John Tija versus City of Downey, and Angelion Avilia stick it to you under case 22 STCVO 4706. Now, the scenario of all this shit is a criminal enterprise, just like what was announced in the courts this morning about the DWP incident as an example. The judge told the 2 attorneys representing the California bar that your dumb motherfucking ass better come up with reasons why we should forgive and allow this attorney with a now soon to be gone to jail and lose his bar license like Peter Dickhead Thomas. Well, we know why. There's just too much collusion. There's too many of you getting involved too deep in bad government, and you're allowing your police to become your protectors to do wrong and not become whistleblowers. You're allowing jackass council people to fuck around behind people's backs with no transparency. And that's the reason why we got 1, 2, 3, 4 closed session items today, because there's something wrong here in Downey now, just like there is in West Covina before I reported them to the FBI. I thought I wasn't going to report you guys to the FBI, but Wayne Spindler took the card away from me and was, yes, number 1 to report Downey and a collusion of racketeering and potential tampering with records. Now, whether Trujillo can flaunt his little faggot eyes or all he wants, it's Gay Pride Week. Faggots, queers like me, gotta understand, we're not gonna take this shit up the ass, although some do. And unfortunately, Evan Mahoney versus City of Downey, it's a case that needs to be resolved. 22 STCV VO 7530. Along with Mr. Tejia, case number 22 STCV 11699 for the record. Now, as far as my non-agenda public comment to this closed session, I'm submitting into the record the scenarios of what's gonna come with indictments. And on behalf of the judge from the 6th floor, C room, he said, fuck you attorneys, I'm tired of hearing this shit, and something's gonna get done about it. So good luck, Bar Association from California. You're fucking things up for Trujillo.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 2 may come up.
Good evening. I have a little bit of a different take on it. Although Downey is not unique to this problem or problems, some of what the previous speaker said is true. This is obvious what is going on, that it's not just these people, these 3 cases here, that are coming to cities and looking to dig into the feeding trough. It looks like these folks they see an opportunity and they're going to take the liberty to go ahead and give it to the residents, just take it out of our ass. That's what they want to do. Downey's a great place to dig in for some money. And that's probably what is happening here. You're going to see more of this. I told you that last meeting. However, there is situations coming up with our council and other staff members. It is obvious that these are just grifters themselves, probably. I will say that. We have grifters in this city. They're at the feeding trough too. And the police aren't here to just protect you. The police are here to protect us. The thing is that the solutions to any policing issue, instead of these court cases, is that we need a couple of more full-time officers. We don't need code enforcement people watching for yard sales or anything like that. Code enforcement is not a solution. We'll end up like you do in West Hollywood, where they reduce their police force by 5 officers, and now crime is pretty much running rampant over there. But our interim city attorney would know that. That's where she works, and they have no problem with that. We don't like that here in Downey. We don't like that. Okay, our police, we want 2 more full-time police officers and not code enforcement. The curb painted red, I'll be off the subject a second here. It only took 7 months to get those 2 curbs painted red over at Telegraph and Stamps. And now people are not getting hit as they cross the street. Their cars are not getting sideswiped. They're not getting in wrecks there. People can see now. Thank you very much. Job well done. It took some new blood to get something done, and we thank you. I'm just going to say these are grifters, and we're going to start pointing out all the other grifters that are coming in here. And these people aren't fooling anybody. And the residents and the taxpayers are tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any more speakers wishing to address the council on closed session items? Seeing and hearing none, I will make a motion to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Great. So ordered by the mayor. The city council at this time will now recess to closed session under the following authorities: Government Code Section 54957.6. No. Okay. So it looks like maybe I brought the one from, pardon me, I brought the one from my office. Okay. Here we go. Before we do that, I will make a motion. I need a second to approve the closed session meeting minutes of the special meeting of June 8, 2023, and regular meetings of April 11, May 13, and June 13.
Second.
Thank you. So ordered by the mayor. At this time, we will now recess to closed session under the following authorities: Government Code Section. Oh, yes, we are voting. There we go.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. The Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator James McQueen, Director of Human Resources, regarding direction for labor negotiations with Downey Public Safety Auxiliary Association. Number 2 is Government Code Section 54956.9, D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Evan Mahoney versus City of Downey, Los Angeles Superior Court, case number 22, STCV 07530. Number 3, Government Code Section 54956.9, D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, John Tija versus City of Downey, Los Angeles Superior Court case number 22 STCV 11699. And number 4, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Angela Leon Avila versus City of Downey, Los Angeles Superior Court, case number 22 STCV 04706. At this time, we will recess to close session.
going anywhere this summer?
Good evening, everybody. I would like to now reconvene our closed session time. The time is 6:33. Ms. Interim City Attorney, would you please report the closed session action?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The City Council recessed into closed session to discuss the 4 items of business on the posted agenda, which included 3 matters of existing litigation: Evan Mahoney versus City of Downey, John Teja versus City of Downey, and Angela Avila versus City of Downey, and took no reportable action on those 3 matters. The City Council also discussed labor negotiations, direction for labor negotiations with the Downey Public Safety Auxiliary Association, and also took no reportable action. That concludes my report.
Thank you for that. Before we begin the regular City Council meeting, I'd like to welcome you all. Good evening. I also would like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during our public comment periods must obtain a number card from the city clerk or from the back of the room. Lining up is no longer permitted, and each speaker should remain in their seat until their number is called. The time clock will begin when you are at the podium. I will now call to order the regular City Council meeting. The time is 6:35. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Horn,
Present.
Councilmember Sosa,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo,
Here.
and Mayor Frometa.
Present. At this time, I would like to ask Reverend Tanya Lopez from Downey Memorial Christian Church to lead us in invocation. We can please stand.
Won't you pray with me? Wondrous God, we thank you for the gift of leadership that you have gathered here. We thank you for all who have answered the call to serve their neighbors as public servants. Each of them brings their gifts, their perspectives, their energy, and their passion to the work that they do. We ask in this moment for your wisdom and your presence to guide the work that is done tonight. May all discussions be respectful and inclusive. May they bridge divides and foster unity and growth. Help us to all serve in ways that ensure the well-being of all of our residents and neighbors. Protect and guide our community leaders and partners. Help us to create through the projects, the initiatives, through the allocation of resources, and most of all, through the sharing of ideas, a safe and prosperous city for all. With gratitude and in unity, we all say, amen.
Amen. And if Councilmember Sosa could lead us in the flag salute.
Please join me in facing the flag, right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome again. It is nice to see all of you here tonight. We have a number of presentations, but before we get to those, I would like to, this is a time for City Council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, conference and meeting reports. I will start to my far left with Councilmember Tim Horn.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to report that I attended the Chamber of Commerce Ambassador Luncheon. I met with concerned Downey citizens from all districts related to the homeless, car burglaries, street repairs, and school parking issues. I also received multiple community activity and issues at my town hall meeting that I had on a Thursday. I attended Assemblywoman Pacheco's open house, and I met today with some businesses that were interested in Downey, and that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Horn. Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I also attended the Downey Chamber's Ambassadors Luncheon. I attended with council members from surrounding cities an information session led by DA George Gascon and his staff. The biggest message takeaway from that meeting from the DA was that if we see individuals who are committing crime, they get out because LA County courts are doing no bail now. If we have people who are out frequently and committing crimes, he wants to hear about those. He's asking for specific cases, and I think we talked about this before. So if anybody in our city is seeing individuals who we know or believe are committing crimes and they're routinely out there, please bring those to our attention. You could email me if you want, mtrujillo@downeyca.org. I attended the FatherCon event. Happy belated Father's Day to all our Downey residents who play the role of father in one way or another. And I attended Dodger Pride Night. Thank you. That's all my report.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to have you back. And I will go to my far right, Councilmember Sosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it short. I'm usually out there in the community a lot, but we have a few things going on. I did as well attend the Fathers in Space FatherCon event. It's always important. I love the concept of FatherCon, driving the importance of having a father in the home and the importance of having a good male presence around the children. And also, I did attend the Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall interfaith dedication ceremony. As you may know, that they're opening that back up. But thought it was a great ceremony. Had a chance to meet with just leaders around faith and the community and the probation department. But you'll hear about more of that coming up soon. So that concludes my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sosa. I too attended a few events since the last time we met here, and with my council colleagues, I had the pleasure of attending FatherCon's Fathers Reading in Space at our Memorial Space Center. And again, that was the Friday before Father's Day, and I too would like to wish all of you fathers and father figures and mentors a belated Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. One of the things that we want to continue to drive home, so to speak, in this city, being the 10th largest in the county of Los Angeles, is once again the importance of fathers and father figures. And if you have not had an opportunity to read my mayor's column, the column came out exactly 2 weeks ago on Friday. You can look it up online. And this is, we are facing a fatherless crisis in America, and that spills into our cities. And 90% of individuals in prison at this very moment grew up in a home without a father. 80% of young ladies that end up with unplanned pregnancies at a high school or even in high school come from a fatherless home. Homes without fathers, children grow up being more likely to abuse drugs and alcohol, as well as get involved with crime. And my hashtag, as many of you know, over the last several years has been engaged communities make strong communities. And sometimes we have the blessing of having children. And sometimes the blessing comes in getting involved. If we don't have biological children of our own, we have many opportunities throughout this community to get involved and become mentors. But I do want to emphasize that at this point in time, it is a call to action for the city of Downey, with over 22,000 families with children attending Downey Unified School District. We also have a percentage of those children that are homeless. And we need to do everything we can to provide those positive relations and those become a father figure for those young men, and of course, be a mother figure as well for those young women facing difficulties. That only makes our community and a city a stronger city and a stronger community. I also attended Councilmember Timothy Horn's town hall about a week ago, and I just want to thank him and staff and our city manager for being there, as well as members of the community. It is important as we offer the opportunity to have a town hall for members of the community to attend and really have the one-on-one with us and let us know what are some of the pressing issues you are seeing throughout our community. I also had the opportunity to attend the renaming of Rancho Los Amigos outside pavilion for Carlos Benavides. And this is an individual that has really advocated for people with disabilities. And it is always my pleasure to be out in the community. I do attend the Chamber of Commerce monthly Board of Directors meetings, and I provide an update of what the city is doing and how we can be better partners from a business and city perspective. And I just want to say thank you to Executive Director Michael Calvert, who is joining us here today, as well as President Carmen Padilla. Thank you for joining us as well. I do have a couple of things for staff, and I do want to thank our police and fire for continuing to respond to issues in and around our community. There was, again, the speeding enforcement. Thank you. I know that we've spoken at great length about this, and particularly in smaller neighborhoods. I know we pay a lot of attention to major thoroughfares, but I know, and I will provide specifics on particular streets where we need to have increased patrols with people blowing stop signs, and that is really impacting some neighbors and their quality of life. The lights around businesses that I think I've mentioned last time, I think we need to continue to hold our businesses. We want to continue to help them, but at the same time, we want to make them aware of our city codes and the type of lighting that they have around their storefronts. It's important. And also, I do want to mention to the community that we continue to work vigorously to address transients and the transient issue throughout our city. And with that, I will mention to all of you, we have, tomorrow we begin the Twilight Summer Concert Series. It'll be 8 weeks, and it will happen every Wednesday at 7 p.m. at Furman Park, and I invite you to join us. We also have July 1st, as we get ready for the 4th of July, we have the Freedom Festival, and that is happening at Downey High Stadium. And the Freedom Festival is being put together by Calvary Chapel Downey. We also have, I know I have got, are we good? We're good. Okay, good. We want to make sure we cover these things. And I do want to remind our Downey community that 4th of July and leading up to 4th of July is very busy for our first responders, for our fire and police. And certainly fire and police augment their staffing ratios to make sure we have enough staff for that holiday. But I also want the community to understand that if and when there are fireworks around, number one, fireworks that blow up in the sky, unless they're coming from a controlled festival like the Calvary Chapel Freedom Festival that is happening on Saturday, July 1st at 5 p.m. at Downey High School. Those are illegal. The ones that are legal are the ones, the little sparklers and the little ones that, families buy to have in their front lawn. But I do have to remind you that on any 4th of July, our police department may receive 100, 150 calls at least regarding fireworks. And we cannot be everywhere all at once. And we need to remember that unless you visibly see somebody in your neighborhood blowing up those illegal fireworks, it is going to be very difficult for our fire department to be all out all at once. We will have increased staffing, and the fines have increased to about $2,000 if people are caught with illegal fireworks. And we will continue to hopefully make sure our community stays safe. I know in years past, because of illegal fireworks, a business was impacted, as well as a senior retirement living community. And so we need to be very mindful of that. With all of this, I will see you on July 1st, Saturday at 5 p.m. Freedom Festival at Downey High School. This is a great opportunity. We want to say thank you to them for accruing the cost of putting this fireworks show for the city together. With that, that will conclude my comments, and I will turn it over to our city manager, Bradley, for his comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate that I heard comments that you expressed about continuing to work on patrolling the community and work with staff to look at stop sign issues and making sure that we're continuing to do traffic enforcement, as well as work with the code enforcement team on businesses and lighting around there. We'll continue to work on that. And homelessness has been an issue and concern that we've heard quite a bit from the community. Hopefully, we have tonight proposed in our budget an additional staff to work exclusively on homelessness issues. And so if that goes well, we'll continue to work. Well, we will, regardless of what happens, continue to work hard on that issue, but hopefully we'll have a little bit extra support this evening based on council's direction. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you. And I just wanted to mention one more thing, and if I can get a second on that. I understand we are looking at sometime the end of the summer, looking at our contract for street sweeping, and we need to, if that can come back to council, we have either an extension on that contract or a renewal on that contract. If we can take a look at what has been proposed.
You want us to bring back a report on the street sweeping contract?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes all of our comments. And at this time, I will go downstairs for presentations. Hello again. I would like to call upon our Chief Leslie Murray to join me. We will have a special awards presentation for our Downey police personnel.
And thank you for joining us. You all look really, really nice.
Good evening. Thank you for being here today. It's my honor and pleasure. I'm Leslie Murray. I'm the Chief of Police for Downey PD, but it's my honor and pleasure to be able to recognize several men and women of the Downey Police Department for their exceptional service to our community. I'd like to invite down all of the award recipients this evening to stand with me up front, please, at this time. Come on down. Don't be shy. Just all the way in. So while they're walking down, I'd just like to share that these awards are not given out very frequently. They're very distinguished awards for service above and beyond. These men and women do an outstanding job on a day-to-day basis. Most of our folks in here are assigned to our detective division. We do have some of our field personnel or our patrol personnel. But in this case, we want to recognize some exceptional work done. Just to give you some background, on Monday, August 8th, at approximately 3:25 in the afternoon, Downey police officers were dispatched to LA Fitness, located at 12074 Lakewood Boulevard, regarding a report of shots fired with a possible victim who was injured. When the officers arrived, they discovered a victim with multiple gunshot wounds. The victim, Gardiel Solario, was an off-duty police officer for the Monterey Park Police Department. In this case, there was an off-duty Los Angeles City paramedic, Mario Rodriguez, who was at the gym when the shooting occurred. Paramedic Rodriguez ran over to Gardiel and immediately started CPR. Less than 2 minutes later, Corporal Austin Honrath of the Downey Police Department arrived on scene and assisted paramedic Rodriguez with rendering medical aid to the victim. While paramedic Rodriguez was rendering medical aid, he remained composed and was able to give officers a preliminary description of a suspect and their vehicle. Corporal Honrath and paramedic Rodriguez both remained calm, gave clear directions and instructions to other officers for the next 10 minutes until additional medical personnel arrived on scene. Unfortunately, Gardiel Solario lost his life. Detectives and forensic specialists arrived on scene and immediately began conducting their investigation, following up on all potential leads. This investigation was multifaceted and had all members of the Detective Bureau performing several different tasks in support of each other. Through this team effort, the first two suspects were identified and arrested in less than 7 hours later that night at about 10 p.m. But the work didn't stop there. And I will say, I'll just pause, that's exceptional, and it's just almost unheard of. The work that they did was absolutely phenomenal. The Detective Bureau personnel continued around the clock that night with very little sleep, authoring numerous search warrants, collecting and processing evidence, additional assistance from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the District Attorney's Office. Our staff coordinated with all those agencies to help build this case. On Wednesday, August 10th, the case was presented to the LA County District Attorney's Office for filing on those two suspects. And at about 2 p.m., members of the Detective Bureau also went to the Hall of Justice to be present for a press conference, where Attorney George Gascon announced the filing of murder charges against both suspects. The detectives didn't stop there. They continued their investigation, and by the following day, Thursday, August 11th, they identified a third suspect in the murder. By approximately 3:20 that afternoon, that suspect was located and arrested. In total, detectives arrested 2 suspects and had charges filed in less than 47 hours after the senseless murder occurred. The third suspect was also charged with murder and arrested that following day. Since this time, detectives have continued to work with the DA's office to ensure these suspects are held accountable for the murder of police officer Gardiel Solario. This type of success only happens as the result of hard work and dedication, and in this case, exceptional teamwork. In addition to the investigative work that was done, the incident was of significant media interest and was heavily hit the law enforcement community. The supervision and the management of this incident was outstanding. Our management and supervisors provided support to the investigative team, responded to numerous media inquiries, coordinated the participation in the press conference at downtown LA, and communicated with city staff and city council, as well as the Monterey Park Police Department, who lost one of their own. The performance of all of our personnel involved in this investigation was exceptional, and I want to congratulate each and every one of you for your outstanding work. It's with great honor and privilege that I'm able to present the following awards. Truly, truly, very, very proud of the work from each and every one of you in this case. It's just, like I said, it's really unheard of. It's hard to put into words on paper, but these folks came together and worked tirelessly through the night, day after day, to make this case happen. It hit very close to home for a lot of our folks. Unfortunately, we experienced something similar with one of our officers years ago, and so with all that emotion, they still muscled through and they did exceptional work. So I'll proceed with the award presentations. The first award we were going to present tonight is the Distinguished Service Award, and that goes to a community member, and unfortunately he could not be here with us today, but I'll just read briefly. The Citizen Distinguished Service Award may be awarded to citizens who distinguish themselves by performing exceptional service to the department or by performing in a stressful and emergency situation. So the award that I will present to Los Angeles City Fire Paramedic Mario Rodriguez for his life-saving efforts and assistance in providing the initial suspect description to officers on scene, and hopefully we'll get to present that to him. But unfortunately, he couldn't be with us here today. The first award I'd like to present for our personnel is the Award of Merit. Can I have Austin Honrath please step up? The Award of Merit may be awarded to an employee who goes above and beyond in an attempt to save the life of another. It's my honor to present this award to Corporal Austin Honrath for his life-saving efforts, all the while providing important information to responding officers. Austin, congratulations. I'm very proud of you. I'll just share. So here's your award, Austin. Congratulations. If you wouldn't mind, I'll have you stand up here. Sure, that would be great. Thank you. The Employee Distinguished Service Awards will be the next group of awards that I'm able to hand out. The Employee Distinguished Service Award is the department's highest award for service and may be awarded to employees who distinguish themselves by performing exceptional service in a duty of great responsibility or of critical importance to law enforcement. It's my honor to present this award to the following personnel. This team operated as a well-oiled machine, working tirelessly to bring these suspects to justice. First off, I'd like to recognize Lieutenant Dwayne Cooper.
And you know what? Here we go. Okay. We will have. I'll call Alfred after. We'll present these together now.
Perfect. Next up, I'd like to bring up Captain Scott Lochner. Do you want to do the next one? Oh. Next up, Officer Michael Maratz. Where are you, Mr. Maratz? Congratulations. We'll get this down. Next up, Detective John Daniel. Next, Lieutenant Melissa Clemon. Congratulations. Sergeant David Van. Where you hiding, David? Congratulations. Sergeant Paul Edwards. Sergeant Dustin Doyle. Forensic Specialist Jean Pominville. Forensic Special Lenora Marquin. Forensic Specialist Jocelyn Cruz. Forensic Supervisor Lee Cole. Thank you, Lee. Detective Gerardo Villa. Jerry Villa. Detective Jose Valdez. Detective Mario Trinidad, right there. Congratulations. Detective Sophia Petronas. Detective Calvin Miller. No, right behind you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Detective Lorraine Medina. Congratulations, Lorraine. Detective Mark Larini. Oh, there you are. Congratulations. Detective Christopher Cruza. Congratulations. Detective Megan Hill. Detective Ronald G. Detective Jason Estrada. Congratulations. Very proud of you, Jason. Detective Brian Chaidez. I just want to add, I did talk about what a team effort is, and I tend to say detective and investigation. Our forensics people do some really important investigative work, and I often say detective, and I consider them part of the detective team, but they do exceptional work and did a great job in this case as well. So I want to say a special thanks to sometimes. Appreciate the work. And lastly, a thank you to the family and friends who are here to support today. I know it doesn't just happen with these folks up here, it's the people behind the scenes that really support their efforts, because sometimes day after day, you are the ones at home keeping things running so that they can be here serving our community. So I'd like to give them a hand of applause as well.
Thank you, Chief. And if we can once again give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for your service. And we also have in the certificates that you received from council, of course, we also have from Assembly Member Blanca Pacheco's office, Alfred Tovar, who is going to say a few words on her behalf.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me open this up. My name is Alfred Tovar, and I'm here today on behalf of Assemblymember Blanca Pacheco. The Assemblymember sends her regrets. She wishes she could be here to support the city that she loves so much, but specifically the police department that she loves so much. I think she's very vocal about how much she appreciates the service that they provide to the community. But I have here, I'm going to read to you what one of the certificates say, just so you know what everybody received today. And it says, on behalf of the 64th Assembly District, I thank you for your service and congratulate you on being recognized by the Downey Police Department. Thank you for your hard work and tireless dedication to the city of Downey. Your leadership and passion for your work are commendable, and I wish you many years of continued success. Signed, Assemblymember Blanca Pacheco. All right. And thank you.
Oh, and this is Chief Maurice. Let's see. We'll get about a minute, and then we'll keep going with our presentations this evening. Okay, tonight we also honor with the Mayor's Legacy Award, Pastor Dan Dutch from Desert Rain Church. Would you please come up? let me tell you a little bit about Pastor Dan. He's a visionary spiritual leader who has dedicated his life to empowering individuals and fostering positive change in our community. He was born and raised in the South Bay area. Pastor Dan received Christ at a young age at Calvary Chapel, South Bay in 1980. A few years later, Pastor Dan met his wife, Susan. They've been married now for 36 years. Thank you. Thank you, Susan, for joining us tonight. Susan and Pastor Dan have 4 children, all of which were raised in the city of Downey. They also Pastor Dan and Susan ran a successful business established in Downey in 2002, and they ran that for many years until they felt the call to serve in ministry. Pastor Dan has been instrumental in establishing a thriving community at Desert Rain Church. As the lead pastor, he has spearheaded various initiatives to address social issues such as poverty, addiction, youth empowerment, and homelessness. Through partnerships with local programs that provide shelter, food, rehabilitation, and counseling services, Pastor Dan and Desert Rain serve the most vulnerable members of our society. As you know, with the Mayor's Legacy Award, people are referred, or I look at people in the community that are deserving of the mayor's legacy. And the word legacy is a powerful word. What is the legacy that you are leaving behind? And Pastor Dan, during COVID, as we know, our community really suffered with food insecurity. And even though the City of Downey also partners with Food Help and the Ministry of First Christian Church, Desert Rain also began a food distribution program. And this is entirely made of volunteers from donations from various grocery stores and Costco. And pretty soon, this small operation grew and grew, and this was right around the pandemic. Presently, Desert Rain serves on a bi-weekly basis on Wednesdays at about 10:30. They serve anywhere between 250 and 300 families. And these are families from Downey and the surrounding area. Sometimes people walk 1.5 miles or 2 miles just to come and receive their groceries. And now this, again, is, and I know it's been also shared through our various but the community's social media platforms. Our community is in need, and they have stepped up to meet that need. And I would like to, again, present the Mayor's Legacy Award to Pastor Dan Dutch on behalf of the citizens of Downey in recognition of your outstanding citizenship and activities enhancing the community of Downey. Your exemplary efforts and accomplishments have been of enormous value to our community and have helped to further the common goal of making our city a better place for all. Thank you for being a champion for what is good and what is honorable in our community. Given this 27th day of June, 2023, Mayor Claudia Frometa. This is my challenge point. So challenge you to continue to do great work. And this is a city pin. And I do want to also say that over the last several years, for a period of time during our former Mayor Rick Rodriguez's tenure, a clergy council began. And Pastor Dan, you were part of that clergy council. And again, in the focus of that clergy council was to bring various churches, various denominations, people of faith, so that together, collaboratively, because we know that it's by working together and collaboratively that we can empower our community and we can effect change. And all different faiths came together and would meet to discuss what we were doing on the homelessness front, on food insecurity front, on various subjects. But that's so that the city and our houses of worship across the city would join efforts and would coordinate. That way we wouldn't have a duplication of efforts. And since then, of course, that program continued. It was taken over by a foundation last year, but I do want to emphasize the importance of our houses of faith during our city, because we need to be able to continue collaborating so that we know what we are all doing. The city cannot meet every need out there, but together in conjunction and collaboration with our houses of worship, we can do a lot. So I'm gonna let Pastor Dan say a few words.
Well, thank you, Mayor Fomenta, for this award. It's an honor. I do want to say thank you to Leo Lopez, who's sitting here. He's the one that directs our food ministry now. And I do want to say a big thank you to all of the volunteers who make it happen day in and day out, every day. They are just working there for no money. They're just volunteering their time and their efforts just because they love the Lord and they love the community that they serve. Jesus said, "Let your light so shine before men to glorify God." And that light is the light of the Lord that's in us, and also how we just love other people. I remember sitting in these chambers back in November of 2019. I was a new pastor, and one of our associate pastors received an award from then Mayor Rick Rodriguez, and that pastor's name was Pastor Alex Bernard. And we didn't know, but 4 months later, he would pass away due to the COVID pandemic. But he's the one that started. He was patient one, yes. He's the one that started many of the outreaches and the ministries that we have at Desert Rain. So I just felt it important that his legacy also has been continuing there, and his light that he got from the Lord also continues in the ministries that we have there. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to the Bernard family and all of the volunteers. God bless Downey. God bless you guys. Thank you.
Okay, just thank you. If you noticed, there is a bit of a pattern here. The last individual that was recognized with the Mayor's Legacy Award, I don't know if you recall, former Mayor Rick Rodriguez, and of course, Pastor Dan Dutch. Upon receiving the award, and this is what I always say is key servant leadership and servant hearts. They didn't speak about themselves. They spoke about everybody else. So thank you for your humility. Now moving on, we have a proclamation, Parks Make Life Better Month. Wouldn't you agree? And we are just thrilled to be in the summer and having our summer concert series start up. And Jason, would you please come up and join me? Jason and Monica. These two, we are very grateful to have in our city, because everything, all of the programming and everything that happens in our arts and recreation, we have a small but mighty team, and I just want to say thank you. I know when the summer season kicks off and we have the summer concert series and we have, the mayor's movie night and we have a lot of activities, I can see you all Wednesdays all day and then well into the night picking up and cleaning up after the concert. So thank you. I would like to read the proclamation. Whereas Parks and Recreation promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through that organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports the economic vitality of communities by providing frontline jobs, childcare for the essential workforce, and promoting community revitalization. And whereas Parks and Recreation fosters social cohesiveness in communities by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together peacefully, modeling compassion, promoting social equity, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to its benefits. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports human development and endless learning opportunities that foster social, intellectual, physical, and emotional growth in people of all ages and abilities. And whereas Parks and Recreation strengthen community identity by providing facilities and services that reflect and celebrate community, character, heritage, culture, history, aesthetics, and landscape. And whereas Parks and Recreation facilities facilitates community problem and issue resolution by providing safe spaces to come together peacefully and facilitate conversations and services so that our communities may heal both physically and emotionally. We saw this much more, and tell me if you don't agree, during COVID. Where did people go? We went outdoors. And where did we go? We went to the parks. And really, parks have been our lifeline. Parks and Recreation supports safe, vibrant, attractive, progressive communities that make life better through positive alternatives offered in the recreational opportunities. The California Parks and Recreation Society has released a statewide public awareness campaign, Parks Make Life Better, to inform citizens of the many benefits of utilizing parks, facilities, programs, and services. Therefore, I, Mayor of the City of Downey, Claudia Frometa, hereby announce and proclaim the month of July as Parks Make Life Better Month in the City of Downey, and urge all its citizens to use and enjoy its parks, open spaces, facilities, and recreational uses. And thank you for all the work you do. Thank you, thank you. Would you like to say a few words? And I like the pin, by the way.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Our team is blessed to be able to work in the City of Downey, where our council supports our mission and what we do. We have a great team of staff who have worked here for 18 to 20 years and love the programs that we do. And it's fitting that July is the month that we celebrate. As the mayor said, we have aquatics going on with swim lessons. We have summer camp every day. We have all of our sports classes. Rancho Los Amigos is fully functional and going. If you drive by any of our parks, you see people walking, you see people having picnics. And it really tells you that the city's doing something right when people in our parks look the way they do. So again, thank you to the City Council and to our team who does a great job. She fits perfect.
We have our last presentation of the evening. Definitely not of least importance, certainly of great importance. And we were celebrating the United States Army 248th birthday. And I would like to call upon U.S. Army Captain Bernard Tortoise. Forgive me. Tortoise. Thank you. Captain Tortoise is the executive officer of the Long Beach Recruiting Office. And if I can have this proclamation, this is to the United States Army 240, in honor of their 248th birthday, which was exactly 2 weeks ago, correct? Whereas the United States Army was established by the First Continental Congress on the 14th day of June, 1775, and whereas the United States Army exists to defend the freedoms of our citizens and our nation's security interests, and whereas many citizens of Downey have served their nation and given the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedoms as members of the United States Army, and whereas it is proper to recognize the United States Army annually on its birthday and to thank those who have served and those who are presently serving. Now, therefore, I, Claudia Frometa, Mayor of the City of Downey, in the state of California, do hereby proclaim June 27th, 2023, as the United States Army's 248th birthday, and encourage all citizens to join me in this salute as we express our gratitude to those who have served and those who are now serving to protect our nation and its freedoms. Do we have any veterans in the audience tonight? Would you please stand? Do we have any veterans? I know we are celebrating the United States Army 240th birthday, but it is always important to recognize the men and women that have served in the various branches of our military. And if would you like to introduce the people that are with you? Please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, hey, huge thank you to Madam Mayor and the entire City Council, entire City of Downey. Just like she said, 2 weeks ago was the Army's 248th birthday. If you look at your calendar and do some math, you can see the country's only 247 years old. So since before the United States were united at all, the Army has been protecting America with America's wars. We've been protecting America's citizens. We've been advancing technology, and we've been caring for our soldiers. We're going to celebrate the birthday here with some cake. It's a very traditional ceremony where the oldest and youngest present soldier will come, cut the cake, and serve it to everybody in attendance. So I'll go ahead and Sergeant Jones and Private Diaz, come on up here and join me. Can I use this big saber and cut the cake?
Okay. Well, and can we have a photo with the rest of our
Definitely.
council?
Let's do that.
And we will do a photo. Hi. Can we do a photo?
Picture first.
Of course, yes.
Standing.
Yes. Where would you like to stand?
All right. Happy birthday, Army.
Happy birthday, Army.
Take this outside. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Here is the proclamation. And what we would like to do is take a 5-minute recess as thank you. As they cut the cake, there will be cake out in the lobby, and we will continue the meeting in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
We're about to get started right now.
Okay, good evening, everybody. It is 7:36, and we're going to reconvene our city council meeting. Okay, we are now going to reconvene our meeting, and we will start. We have 4 public hearings this evening. We will start with public hearing number 1, and that is to request to amend Article 9 within the Downey Municipal Code to regulate accessory dwelling units. And this is that the City Council introduce by title only and waive full reading of ordinance number 23-1507, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Downey, amending sections of Article 9 of the Downey Municipal Code relating to accessory dwellings units and determining the action to be exempt from CEQA. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 7:37. City Clerk Duarte, do you have proof of publication?
I do, Mayor.
Okay, can I have a motion and a second to receive and file the publication?
So moved.
Second, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor. We'll ask Interim City Planner Bashmakian to provide the report, please.
Thank you.
Mayor Rometa, council members. Tonight's public hearing is a request to amend Article 9 of the Downey Municipal Code related to accessory dwelling units. So again, zone text amendments, which would update the city's accessory dwelling unit ordinance and also the junior accessory dwelling unit regulations. A little background, accessory dwelling units, ADUs, also known as secondary living units or granny units, are additional dwelling units located on the same lot as a single family or multifamily residence. They are independent living facility that provides sleeping, sanitary, and cooking facilities. They could be attached, detached, or entirely contained within an existing building. JADUs, junior accessory dwelling units, they're limited to 500 square feet in size within a single family residence in the R1 zone only. They must have at least an efficiency kitchen and may have separate or shared sanitary facilities with the primary unit. The city's most recent update to the AD ordinance occurred in 2018, and that was in response to a couple of state laws that further restricted local government's ability to regulate ADUs. These related to parking standards and also the process for approving accessory dwelling unit ordinances. And since 2018, the state has enacted additional laws. I just wanted to show the number of laws that have been adopted every year. And what has happened with most cities, every year they have to update their ordinance to reflect the new state laws. So the proposed amendments will repeal the current ADU ordinance, which really is not in effect anymore since we are subject to the state laws. It will replace it with a proposed ordinance. There'll be some new revised definitions that would further clarify the terms used in the ordinance and reflect state standards as required by state law. And these are some of the standards that, again, are applicable today. There are setback requirements. State law mandates that the cities have to allow at least an 800 square foot ADU with a 4-foot rear and side yard setback. Parking requirements, 1 space per ADU, which may be on a driveway that leads to an existing garage, for example. There are exceptions to the parking standards, parking requirements. The most common exception is if the property is within half a mile to a bus stop, then the cities cannot require parking for the ADU. The city will have architectural standards such as materials, color, roof pitch, windows, doors that must match the primary dwelling to maintain an aesthetic quality. Some additional standards, if a garage is demolished in conjunction with a new ADU or a garage is converted to an ADU, state law prohibits cities from requiring replacement garage. Size limitations, maximum floor area for the one bedroom or smaller ADU is 850 square feet. For 2 or more bedrooms, 1,000 square feet. And the height is, for a detached ADU is 16 feet, but additional height is allowed depending on the location of the property, and also to make the ADU compatible with the height of the, or not the height, but the roof pitch of the primary unit. An attached ADU could be as high as 25 feet. I should point out that the general plan that the City Council adopted last year, one of the programs in the adopted housing element is to amend the ADU ordinance to reflect the state laws. And this is what's before you tonight. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this matter on May 3rd. They had a few questions regarding the number of ADU permits that the city has received. They voted to recommend approval, but recognizing that their options were limited and that this is a state mandate. So staff's recommendation is, after conducting a public hearing, and Planning Commission's recommendations also, to adopt ordinance number 23-1507, amending the sections of Article 9 of the Municipal Code related to accessory dwelling units. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bashmakian. Do any members of the council have any questions or comments regarding this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. There was a gentleman who came and was telling us that the way we pass the ordinance, when it comes to duplexes, 2 or more, that lead requirements would kick in, which he claimed would make it almost cost prohibitive for some people to build duplexes. Is that correct?
So that doesn't apply to ADUs, but that matter actually will be addressed later on tonight's agenda, specifically the question related to LEED certification and what's called SB 9 2-unit developments.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, MBT. Okay, I will open up this item for public comment. City Clerk, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item? Okay, and if we have speakers for this item, they should have a purple number card, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so members of the public wishing to address the City Council regarding the public hearing item may now come forward and they cannot form a line. I remind speakers you have 3 minutes to address the council regarding this public hearing item only. Thank you, Mr. BC. You may go ahead and proceed.
Okay, same old song and dance. Here we are, ADUs. We want single-family dwellings in Downey. We don't want any little additional homes, things of that nature. We don't need the state dictating these tyrannical measures against us. I mean, why are we even addressing this sort of thing? Why aren't you saying we're not going to comply with this and we're not going to participate in this? This is absolutely absurd for the state to come in there and tell you, if you want to build something on your property, that they're going to tell you everything you have to do. And there's no reason for you to get involved. You're only going to do whatever the state tells you to do. I mean, it's just unbelievable to keep putting up with this stuff. These accessory dwelling units, they're limited, granted, but they take away from the neighborhoods, the character of the neighborhoods. It's not so much a duplex, it's actually a little added home that they want to raise tax revenue on you at 1 to 1.5% is what basically it boils down to. which will probably be about $3,000 a year or close to $250 extra a month to put another little home in your backyard. But if you tear down the garage, you don't have to rebuild the garage. Well, you know, ain't that great? This is tyrannical, amongst other things, that the state of liberal Democrats, progressive Democrats, per West Hollywood, that's kind of the ideology they go by. They all want to dictate everything that we're supposed to do, how we breathe, how we walk, what we eat, whether we can go to the parks during lockdowns. We could not go to the parks during lockdowns. We had a virtual park recreation outfit. Remember that? That's what that was. The parks were not open. They were not allowed to be utilized. We couldn't go to skate parks. They poured sand in the skate parks. You couldn't go to the beach. They arrested you at the beach. Remember I said, if you didn't wear a mask, if we wear a mask in our ADU, are we going to be compliant in the next pandemic and shutdown that they're going to plan to bring on us? Are we going to be in compliance then? Or are we going to be accused of killing other people if we don't wear a mask or get vaccinated? That needs to be brought up in these ADUs. But it doesn't matter what we say. Gavin Newsom and the liberal Democrats and our feckless, inept assembly member, former mayor, is going to go along with. No matter what he says, she's going to sign on to it. And there's nothing we can do about it. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Can I have speaker number 2 to come forward? And this is regarding this public hearing.
Yep. ADU, acronym for assholes don't understand. Increase of 1.5% to assess to your property. Now, not all of you can afford to double up on your taxes for your property, because if I struggle to pay property tax, I know I'm not an asshole because I don't want to put myself in debt, let alone seeing my children can't pay it, and then the dumb fucks are homeless too. Living in some rut-down luxury fucking apartment for $3,000 so you can work 3 fucking jobs and no fucking parking and no fucking garage. And the state mandate creates a density. And the dicks of dictators, your government from Sacramento, wants to dick you around and dictate to you what your percentage will be when you have to pay for this shit, because the majority of you, like myself, are either unemployed or living on your retirement or living on both, or even better, you're just fucking struggling day to day to make this action work for accessory dwelling units. And they make you believe it sounds good, but until your feet are in the trench and you don't know how to fucking use a shovel and push a broom, guess what? You're stuck on stupid. You're stuck like the Patriot writer behind me, sitting on your ass trying to figure out a plan to create a sequel that will determine the municipal code relating to what I'm actually saying. Simple common sense for you people. But Downey don't fucking want to understand that. We talked about rent controls, it didn't work. We talked about a budget to fix homelessness, it didn't work. We got people homeless sleeping in the area known as the Memorial area. What fucking answers do you guys not understand and see that by creating more units, it's only creating density? And your simple, nice little neighborhood becomes a piece of shit rundown duplex apartment like Trujillo's investments and properties. And then you look like a shithead trying to figure out how to put his children into a good school so they can function this shit and not like be that dickhead from Los Angeles, that asshole DWP guy, Paul O. Paderis, because he went to college, learned a lot about law, became an attorney, and now his bar license is going to be removed because the motherfucker didn't take my simple math and understanding that if you can't make the money, don't steal the money from the public. And don't go along with the politicians and lie and sign off shit that you know you're fucking over the public, asshole.
I will entertain a motion. I will make a motion. I need a second to close public comment, to close the public hearing.
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. Unless there are any additional comments from my council colleagues, I will make a motion. I need a second to introduce by title only and waive full reading of ordinance number 23-1507, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Downey amending sections of Article 9 of the Downey Municipal Code relating to accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and determining the action to be exempt from CEQA. I've made a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Public hearing number 2 is the adoption of the proposed budget for 2023-2024 fiscal year. That the City Council conduct a public hearing considering the adoption of the city's fiscal year 23-24 budget and annual appropriations limit. And number 2, adopt resolution number 23-8174, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey adopting the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and the annual appropriations limit. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 7:52. City Clerk Duarte, do we have proof of publication?
We do, Mayor.
Can I have a motion and a second to receive and file?
So moved.
Second. Please vote. Oh, I think he's in the restroom. We'll wait just 1 minute.
Would this be a good time to switch?
Yeah,
So what do I do? Just
hit this button right here. And then display it. Okay.
okay.
I'm so sorry, I forgot.
I checked it.
We're waiting for just a couple of moments for Councilmember Tim Horn. We do need all council members at the City Council meeting present for the public hearings, as indicated by our interim city attorney. So if you can please bear with us for a couple of minutes. We're going to go ahead and take a 1 minute, couple minute recess. Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and get started. And please keep your comments to a minimum unless you're at the podium. First warning. If Councilmember Horn, can you please vote on the receive and file? Thank you.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. And we are now on public hearing 2. Should I do the time again? The time is 8:02, and this is the adoption of the proposed budget for 2023-2024 fiscal year. And we did the, we voted on to receive the proof of publication, correct?
Yes, Mayor.
And we have, who do we have for staff report?
Madam Mayor, members of council, I would like to kind of start off, if you don't mind, to kick off the presentation. As I start off, I wanted to really thank staff for the hard work on putting the budget together. Very excited to present my first budget to you this evening. We've put a lot of work in getting this ready for you this evening, and if we could bring up the presentation, we'll go ahead and start it real quick here. Again, this is the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget proposal. Council, remember a couple of weeks ago we had our budget workshop, and we had a conversation about the budget for this year. We went over some of the goals and objectives. That was a little more of a lengthier conversation. This evening we'll forego the conversation on the departmental goals and objectives and just focus in on some more of the financials and talk about some of the big picture items that are in the budget. Turning to the budget this year, we really go through a process of looking at what are the council priorities. In particular, we have certain strategies the council has adopted. There's 5 strategies that really hone in and shape the budget for us. In each of those categories, we discuss in the spring at the City Council's priorities workshop, what are the big picture items that you'd like us to work on, focus on for the year. We had that presentation, a conversation with the council a couple of months ago. And we take that feedback and we really work it into the budget to as a guide for what we really want to accomplish in the next year. And those are many of the fiscal priorities that you see in there actually are presented in this evening. It's like we're having a little trouble getting the presentation up. So I was going to go over some of the goals and objectives and priorities. Maybe we'll save that a little bit here.
Let's see. Do we have?
There we go.
There we go.
Perfect. Thank you.
So just so you're aware, we're having a little issue with this projector, but the meeting is still live streaming, so members of the public can
see the presentation.
can see it, and we'll project it from this side.
Perfect.
Thank you. If you can advance to the next slide, please. Thank you very much. So again, there's 5 priorities that the council has adopted, and under those we have goals and objectives that the city council has proposed. And I'll just go over quickly those particular items. The first strategy is looking at fiscal responsibility for the city, which is looking to, for next year, develop a funding plan for our Space Center project. We have an item here to look at reviewing and updating our purchasing process, making sure that we have best practices in our policy, as well as we are looking at the next item tonight to update our cost allocation plan and our user fee study. That's just based on basic inflationary factors. We are proposing as part of our work plan for next year to actually look at the fees themselves and to make sure they're all justified and up to date. Under economic vibrancy, the council's made a priority of looking at economic development in the community. And we have a number of economic development activities, including a new director in our budget for this year. We had the housing element adopted last year, and we're looking to make sure we can continue with that and implementing that housing element next year. We have a new program to create grants for community-based organizations. We'll be providing the council with a report on that in the next month or two to create a process where organizations can apply to the city for grant funding. Under efficiency and adaptability, we're looking to continue with our solar project by exploring an additional phase. We've had some comments about the plan check process, so we have it included in our budget to look at that process and figuring out ways to be more effective and efficient, as well as code enforcement. Downey has a strong physical presence, and we want to continue to maintain that by having good code enforcement folks out in the community, making sure that our standards in the code are being met. Undertaking a strategic planning process so that we can make sure that we continue to execute the council's vision into the future, 5, 10, 15 years, as well as looking to improve our cybersecurity posture. Under the strategy of quality of life, safety, and infrastructure, continue with renovations at Rios and Gabriel Park, looking to install street lights in certain communities and areas where there currently aren't any, creating a community garden, continuing with our annual repaving plan throughout the community for the next fiscal year. Homelessness has been a priority that we've heard a lot from the council, and we have a focus on continuing our homelessness efforts and continue to enhance our focus on that issue. Looking at the alleyways, continue to work with our annual repaving in the alleyways, and looking at ways that we can continue to, under public engagement, ways that we can engage the community in new and unique ways, as well as working on veterans issues and growing the reintegration group. Next slide, please. Many of those objectives require some additional resources, including additional staffing. We have a number of positions that we're proposing as part of this budget, most of which are reflected in those priorities. Many of these positions are actually funded through grants or are budget neutral, and I'll go through those in a minute. They have an economic development director that would help us to focus on business retention and attraction, a homeless solutions manager helping to coordinate between the various departments, police, community development, city manager's office, so we can continue to focus on good solutions to deal with homelessness within our community. Traffic engineer, we have some needs to continue to look at succession planning and mentoring the next generation of staff in that area. Same with that with our IT and systems engineer. Building inspectors and plan checkers, those are previously provided through contract, and we're going to bring those positions in-house, so that's a budget neutral action. Code enforcement, we've had some issues with coverage in the evenings as well as on the weekends, so we are proposing to bring in a senior code enforcement officer and 2 part-timers to fill in those gaps. As our fire inspector will work with our plan check process and working with PD on crime analysis and continue to process crime scene information, evidence, and continue to try to keep Downey a safe place. That rounds out our personnel additions, and at this point I'll turn it over to Director Hanna to go over some of the budget financials.
I'm going to give a fairly high-level overview of the budget, starting with the overall budget. This slide shows a breakdown of the $249.6 million fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget. This is a graphical representation of the city's total proposed appropriations budget by fund type. 46.1% of that budget, or $115.1 million, is for the general fund. 32.6% from special revenue funds. 13.7%, $34.1 million. That's your city utilities and Gulf Fund. 7.6%, or $18.9 million, is the remaining funds of the city. Appropriations requested outside the general fund primarily use resources that are legally restricted to specific purposes. Also contained within these numbers is a portion of the overall capital improvement plan budget. That capital improvement plan budget amounts to $98.3 million over the course of its life. These costs are spread across numerous funds of the city and represent a multi-year resource allocation consistent with the normal lifespan of capital projects. As such, some amounts proposed within the CIP budget may be greater than the amounts actually spent during the upcoming fiscal year. This is a snapshot representation of the city's total proposed revenue budget, also referred to as estimated revenues. In total, the proposed budget projects revenues of $221.7 million. $118.2 million, or 53%, represents revenues of the general fund. 29.1%, or $64.5 million, special revenue funds. And 11.3%, $25.2 million, city utility and Gulf Fund. And the remaining 6.3%, $13.9 million, is estimated for the remaining funds of the city. Excuse me. Estimated individual fund revenues include $19 million for the water utility, $16.3 million of transportation-related revenues, and $17.3 million.
Can you go back one slide, please, for a second? Can you go back one slide for a second?
Okay. Perfect, thank you. I wanted to say you're looking, you're telling us the percentages. I see the totals. I just didn't see the percentages tied to each of the totals, that's all.
Okay. And 17.3 million of interfund charges and transfers related to insurance, facility, and debt service obligations. Revenues programmed to fund the CIP, the Capital Improvements Plan, will be collected over the normal lifespan of each capital project. Now we'll take a closer look at the general fund, the largest fund of the city. This slide presents an executive summary of the proposed general fund budget, as well as the projected allocation of the general fund's fund balance at the conclusion of the 23-24 fiscal year. The general fund's proposed budget includes revenues of $116.2 million, use of prior year resources of $2 million, and requested appropriations of $115.1 million. Assuming that our projections are 100% accurate, we would end the year with a $3.1 million budget surplus, or about 2.7% of estimated revenues. The $2 million use of prior year resources represents council's previously identified funding for the upcoming special elections. The fund balance section of the slide shows the projected makeup of the general fund's fund balance at fiscal year end. Fund balance categories have unique characteristics that relate to the availability of those resources. Should be there. Non-spendable fund balance are items that are not backed by cash. As such, they are not convertible into resources that can be spent or allocated to the needs of the city. The general fund reserve component is also unavailable unless specific criteria are met for its use. We'll discuss that in the next slide. Assigned fund balance indicates an intended future use of resources. While this represents an intention, as the city's operating environment or needs change, these resources can be reassigned to fund those needs. Unassigned fund balance has no previously determined use. This slide shows the projected $33.3 million balance of the city's general fund reserve at fiscal year end. The general fund reserve is calculated by taking the average of the last 3 years of revenue and multiplying that amount by 35%. It consists of two components: the emergency reserve at 20% of the last 3 years of revenues, and the stability reserve at 15% of the last 3 years of revenues. The emergency reserve is maintained for the purpose of sustaining city operations in the case of an unforeseen catastrophic event. The stability reserve was established to provide a bridge in the event of an unexpected significant loss of revenue or unanticipated major expenditure. Now turn our attention to the proposed general fund appropriations budget. This is the breakdown of the $115.1 million proposed general fund appropriation budget presented by expenditure type. Overall, the proposed budget represents a 2.7% increase over the prior year general fund appropriations budget. However, when excluding transfers out, which decreased by $4.2 million from $10.3 to $6.1 million, the increase is 7% and mostly result of personnel service costs, which have a $3 million or 3.7% increase over the prior fiscal year. Cost drivers for this increase include labor costs, mostly related to recently approved MOUs. Materials and supplies costs increased 14.4% and contract services costs increased 13%. The cost drivers for material and supplies and contract services primarily inflation. This increase is not the result of a significant increase in activity. This slide presents the general fund expenditure budget presented by functional area. Public safety is the #1 commitment for the city and takes up the majority of the overall proposed appropriation budget at $71.3 million, or just under 62%. Overall, public safety has increased by 5% or $3.4 million. The city's investment in quality of life services provided through parks and recreation and the library is increasing by 21.7% or $2 million. This increase is mostly driven by demand for fee-based programs and services as the city moves out of COVID area. Community enhancement, made up of community development and public works, comes in at $14.7 million or 10% of the overall budget. General government reflects an increase of $2.3 million or 24.1%. Significant cost drivers for this change include the amount to be spent on the upcoming special elections, a $296,000 increase for SIACA services, and the addition of 3 full-time positions, 2 in the city manager's office and 1 in the finance information technology.
Can I just ask a quick question? What is the transfers out? I'm trying to get a definition of what transfers out is.
Transfers out is when funding is taken from one fund to pay for services that are conducted by an outside fund. So in this case, this is transfers from the general fund to pay for something that occurs in an outside fund, like a special revenue fund or a utility fund or a debt service fund.
Okay, thank you.
Here is the breakdown of the proposed general fund appropriations budget for fiscal year 23-24 by department. We'll now take a look at estimated revenues for the general fund. This slide shows the estimated revenues for the general fund for the upcoming fiscal year. In all cases, we have taken a conservative approach to ensure that these estimates are both reasonable and not overstated. Please note that current year estimates are not final year-end numbers. As the slide indicates, the combination of property and sales taxes, including Measure S, account for 64% of general fund revenues. We have projected property taxes to grow by a modest 3.1% over 22-23 year-end estimates. Sales taxes, excluding Measure S, are projected to grow by just 1%. Utility users tax is projected to decrease 3.5%. This decrease reflects the effect of the change in the cost of natural gas on the gas and electric utility. The increase in transfers from and charges to other funds primarily reflects the impact of the new cost allocation plan and increases in liability and workers' compensation insurance. The charges for services increase of 12.5% is driven primarily by the increase in enrollments in various parks programs as they continue their post-COVID recovery. The increase in other revenues is primarily the result of greater investment returns consistent with the rise in interest rates, one-time sale of land, and the increase in refuse tipping fees. And this concludes our presentation. We stand by for any questions that the City Council may have.
Thank you. Thank you for this report, Mr. Hanna. One of the questions I think the council and even committee members will have is the type of impact, and we've discussed in the last council meeting, and we discussed prior to that as well, the need for additional people in certain parts of the organization. But the 11 FTEs, is that still going to, what type of an impact is that going to have on our budget? I see we have a balanced budget, but what sort of impact is this going to have long-term?
So at this point, we're living within our means. So we made sure that we've established and met our reserve policy. So we have money set aside for the rainy day. We have both a catastrophic reserve and a stability reserve that's there to make sure that if hard times come, we have the ability to weather that storm. We are proposing a budget that, again, is balanced. We have adequate revenues to cover our expenses. We've even been a little conservative in projecting our revenues. Again, sales tax has been projected to be relatively flat. That is trying to make sure that we account for potential changes in the economy. We hope that we continue to see some good growth in that. But again, we're trying to be conservative to make sure that we can provide the level of services that are requested of the city council in a way that is prudent fiscally. And that's the recommendation we have. We think we actually can weather this this load and accomplish the council's priorities from service delivery in a way that allows us to be fiscally prudent and have the staff that we need to get the job done.
Thank you, City Manager Bradley. And again, I wanted to really vocalize and for members of the public watching us via YouTube or later on reading in the paper how we come to this, to adopting a budget and looking at what the residents have, what needs they have indicated they have in terms of from a public works standpoint, from a community development standpoint, from a plan check standpoint. And so going back to the FTEs that are being proposed, these are truly necessary because the departments that we have currently have been significantly understaffed, and we really are trying to not just accommodate for growth in our community, but also the services and the expediency of which we are tackling the requests coming to us. So I just, I want to, every time we have this, I do want to vocalize that so that our residents know and understand we are having these conversations. Council colleagues, any thoughts, questions, comments? Okay, City Clerk Duarte, thank you very much, Mr. Hanna. We appreciate your report. I will now open this public hearing for public comment. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence to be incorporated into the record?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, members of the public wishing to address the City Council during this public hearing, I will be calling on the pink number card for this item, and it looks like we have 2 speakers on this particular item. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. Oh, you have 4. Okay. We have 4 individuals and 3 minutes per individual. Thank you.
Good evening. Well, a report that is clear, concise, to the point, easily understood, just like it should be. No opinions, just the facts. That's what the residents want. Unlike the last finance guy we had, what's his name? Gandhi, got up here and slam it on the podium, wanting us to raise, wanting you to put in a request to raise our sales tax another 0.5%, like we're not taxed enough already. No, this was clear, concise, and we can disagree or agree on certain things, but that's okay. Thank you very much. It was clear, very well understood. You're not understaffed. We need less government. We don't want more government. You're not trustworthy now with everything that's going on anyway. So don't worry about adding on to the bureaucracy. We need to dismantle these little groups that you have until we can get all the corruption and all the tyranny and all the unethical practices that are going on, even with even the Downey Patriot, which you just gave them $75,000 last meeting, and the Chamber of Commerce and the practices that they have been doing. These things need to be defunded, dismantled, until we get what we need some answers to out here. All these little things about having another bureaucratic organization, if you will, about how you're going to fund nonprofit organizations, they can do their stuff privately. So you need to do what the rest of us have done. When the times have gotten tough, the economy's in terrible shape, everybody knows it. California's in terrible shape, people are leaving, businesses are leaving left and right. We need public safety first and foremost. Aside from the fictional district number 5 representative can sit here and tell us George Gascon wants us to report crimes when we see crimes. Absolutely absurd. It's George Gascon and people like that that make our costs go up. And we now need more police. We need probably 8 more policemen. But I've only suggested 2 tonight, but 8 is probably an accurate number. But we need to have our priorities together, so government needs to cut back, and you need to stop funding all these little groups and dismantle them, especially the like downtown community benefits area and stuff like that. They should not be getting any association with our funds to go into any of their businesses at all. Cut back. We want smaller government, not more. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3, please. Oh, speaker number 2, not 3. Speaker number 2.
Okay, so do you ever? I'm sure I doubt any of you feel this way, but do you ever see like a politician, elected official, and you're just like, whoa, wow, I like that person. I do when I see Mr. Horn asking questions, good questions. Flipping through his notes while Mr. Trujillo's just on his phone and the city manager's pretending like he cares and the mayor's trying to think about, oh, what can I say that'll make me look good? Oh, let me say that I'm interested in what the people are interested in their budget. Let me say that. Maybe that'll sound good. But no, Mr. Horn is asking good questions, great questions. What does it mean to transfer out? Yeah. I think there should be a whole new section in that budget. I think, so I'm gonna have to disagree with the gentleman a little bit there. Like, what? How about let's give Mr. Horn his own office of auditing the Downey City government. I think that would be great because as we saw in his application, he has worked with IRS filings. He's been auditing things. I think that's what we need because it's very clear. We've been hearing about all the ways in which you have mismanaged money. Even the Downey Patriot had to print out how there were those previous staffers, and they were was it $40,000 that they lifted from the city? So I think that Mr. Horn should be empowered to investigate that. He should investigate every nook and cranny in the city because it's very obvious that a lot of stuff has gone wrong. Hence, there's all the deletion of those records. Oh, quote, obsolete finance records.
Can you please keep your comments to this public hearing item?
This is an item about the budget. So in the budget, we need more transparency and not fake transparency where they give you, oh, there's a graph. It must be accurate. No. There's something wrong. Everyone knows there's something wrong. Money has been funneled out. How much did Askew funnel out? How much did Levas funnel out? How much did the previous interim city manager funnel out? Where are all the leaks? No one believes that just because you have, quote, stability, that's not real stability. That's just propaganda. So now we need auditors, a whole team of auditors led by Mr. Horn to figure out all the things that have been gone wrong and so that we can correct them.
Thank you for that. Next speaker, please.
Yes, here we are back at the big picture. And what were the priorities of those 5 pictures? Well, the one that stuck out the most was quality of life, safety, and infrastructure. And we got a brand new bridge built down there on the east side of Downey, right by the 605. It's been damaged for months, maybe 2 years at the latest. But where's the budget? Why can't we fix that? See, that's what I mean by feedback. And then your promenade. Promenade's beginning to look like a ghost town, looks like a ghetto. You got the dirt lot in the back, no construction, nothing new, no development. You could bring in developers and they could put their shit back there, built it 20 stories high, as big as and tall as Kaiser. I don't care. Maybe the fine nurses will walk over there for their $25 and live there. Who knows? But that's a budget. However, with California, the claim about jobs at 4% and LA County at 50% and Downey at 40%, or was it 4%? 40 or 4, but it sounds like bullshit to me because, you know, back at the time when Blanca Pacheco of the 64th District Assembly couldn't do shit right with the property tax to provide us accurate general funds, we find out, as Timothy Horn pointed out, well, in his question, how does this money go back into the pie? Well, the goddamn pie never moves. The general fund moves into those areas that you keep stealing money and just hiding it by putting the fund money back into that pie. So if the public wishes to be stupid and blind about the appropriations, wake up. I mean, I just did the simple math for you about that stupid fucking pie. And then, you know, specialized services by businesses and developers and State Gallery giving them money left and right. What the hell have they provided for different groups in our community? Have they provided new crosses or emblems or shit like that for the churches? You had a guy in here named Dutch from Calvary. Not one time did I hear anyone say, well, let's give a $1,000 budget cut to the Dutch Church Calvary so he could save my ass from bankruptcy or something. Because he sounds like a generous man, but like all priests that rape fucking kids, I don't believe it. I only believe what I know. Priests rape fucking boys, Trio. And it's sad. But going back to the feedback and the big picture, all I can say is that the suggestion about Mr. Horn, yeah, he should follow through with that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 4.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'd just like to get off topic just for a second because the previous speaker did address my pastor, and he's not a child rapist. He's a good man, Mr. Dutch. I didn't catch the whole budget discussion, but I believe I did hear something about a community garden. If that's the case, I fully support that. Councilman Sosa and I have discussed that a little bit, and I think that's a great idea. And actually, I'd like to see 2, maybe 1 for each end of the city. I mean, we have, what, maybe 90,000 people in this city now, so I think 2.
114.
Oh, 114, man, I'm way off. I didn't realize we'd gotten that big. So I think maybe a minimum of 2 community gardens. And normally I would agree with the first speaker. I don't like to see an expansion of the bureaucracy, but I do think we do need a couple of these new positions. Economic Development Coordinator, Firestone Boulevard's kind of dying out. I'd like to see that revived, among other places. The Promenade, maybe turn that into something more like the Promenade in Santa Monica, more of a walkable, enjoyable place to spend time. And then the homeless coordinator, we all know that homelessness is just a horrible problem in this county. We do have issues with that in the city. Again, I've worked with Councilman Sosa on some of these things, and I think a coordinator would be a great idea, as long as they actually address the real problem. This Gavin Newsom pushing this housing first initiative or philosophy is wrong. Most of these people don't really want to live in a house. They have mental issues and alcohol and drug issues. So if this coordinator, if is hired, needs to focus on getting these people help, getting them treatment, getting them off the street, and not just shoving them in a home that they really don't want. So that's about it. I'll spare the minute or a little less time we have left, and thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do we have any other speakers? Anybody wishing to speak on this public hearing item? Seeing none, I will make a motion to close the public comment on this public hearing. Can I get a second?
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. And unless there are any comments from council, I will entertain a motion. I will make a motion, I need a second, to introduce, excuse me, I will need a motion, a second, to adopt resolution number 23-8174, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey adopting the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and the annual appropriations limit.
So moved.
Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. I will ask, I know the next time we will be discussing the appropriations or how we're going to, the amount for the community organizations that we had discussed. So if I may ask to bring that back, as well as, again, having a specific line item in the budget for the Rose Float, for the building of the Rose Float. If I can get a second on that?
Second.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Mayor, the specific item for the Rose Float would be separate from the CBO funding? Is that
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
And this would actually get that budget larger for the other organizations. And moving forward, as other cities have their floats, other cities, pay almost in their entirety for them. I am not proposing that we will pay for that, but what I am saying is we have a line item in the budget for the float.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 3, public hearing number 3 is adjustment of citywide user fees for fiscal year 2023-2024. The City Council conduct a public hearing, and number 2, adopt resolution number 23-8175, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey adjusting the city's uniform schedule of fees. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 8:39. City Clerk, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this public hearing?
Mayor, actually, can we have a motion and a second to receive and file the publication?
Yes.
So moved.
Can I get a motion?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, do we have, City Manager Bradley, we have a staff report on this.
We do. I'll ask the Assistant City Manager to take care of that, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Before you tonight is the adjustment of citywide user fees for fiscal year 23-24. As you're aware, local government agencies are responsible for providing a variety of services to citizens. These services range from public safety to building and planning. The methods of funding local government services are also varied, and most services are funded by tax revenues and user fee charges. Services that support the community and public safety are typically tax supported, while services that provide for specific individual beneficiaries are generally supported by user fee charges. User fee charges in California are required to comply with the statutory requirements of the California Constitution and California Code of Regulations, specifically Prop 26, approved by voters in 2010. And it requires that user fees for activities that benefit specific user groups be set at no more than the cost to provide those services. In late 2016, the city retained Matrix Consulting Group to conduct a citywide cost allocation and user fee study to ensure that city fees and rates reflect the true and reasonable cost of delivering services. Based on those findings from the 2016 cost allocation user fee study, the City Council adopted resolution number 18-7813, adopting the fiscal 2018-2019 user fees on June 26, 2018. As part of the fiscal year 1920 budget process, the City Council approved on January 25th, 2019, the annual adjustment to user fees for future budget cycles. And the adjustment to these fees would be based on the Consumer Price Index for the Los Angeles Orange Riverside Metropolitan Statistical Area. An exception to these annual adjustment fees are those set by state statute or fees recently adopted and that are set at full cost recovery. An example of this would be the recently adopted concealed weapons permit fees that were proposed by the police department a couple months ago. The proposed fiscal year 23-24 user fee schedule is attached as Exhibit A to Resolution 23-8175 and Attachment A of your report. Fees not set by state regulations and do not currently receive full cost recovery were increased by 3.7% based on the March 2023 CPI for the Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim area, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and are highlighted in orange on the user fee schedule. These fee changes account for the majority of the fees changes to the fee schedule. Fees were rounded down and up by greater or lesser by 50 cents. We've done this to provide simplicity for patrons when they provide payments for service, so they're not dealing with odd numbers. It should be noted that there was an exception in the Community Development Department for building and safety. In this section, where fees were increased by the actual dollar amount to the cents without rounding. This is because those fees are based on project valuation. By applying this gradual increases in fees, it ensures the general fund revenues are not used to subsidize specialized services received by businesses and developers, among others. It also prevents the need to enact large increases resulting from a need to catch up fees charges due to skipping annual fee analysis for a few years. I also want to note that there has been some fees amended as done in previous years to reflect market rates for facility rentals, reservations, and admission fees. Those fees are highlighted in red in the Exhibit A as well. Lastly, a citywide fee was included as a credit card, debit card transaction fee to account for any credit card, debit card transactions that involve a banking fee to patrons for the use of their credit card and debit cards as payments of service. Currently, right now, the city absorbs those costs. And this concludes staff's report, and staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager De Rojas. Do council colleagues, does anybody have any questions or comments?
I just have a few questions here because I'm looking at something that has a hole punch in. I just want to see the percentage increase from one year to the other. When I turn to fees for other under the other category, number 41, 42, 43, I'm not sure if it looks like it's a little bit different. 43, which is your landscaping, irrigation costs, has gone from 307 to about 312 or 319, but I cannot read what the projected fee will be for 23-24 because when I receive this is hole punched. This is, look at the item number, it would be item 4142 under other.
But what page?
It is, I don't know if they have a page. It's 4 of 20, page 4 of 20. Look at the bottom left-hand corner. Look under other, the category other.
So the increases for that is for miscellaneous admin action is 59. Last year was 591. Current is 613. Time extension is, and that same thing, 591, and then goes to 613. Landscape irrigation plan review goes from 307 to 319.
319.
307 to 319. Well, those other ones.
Just kind of quickly, because I think there was one other, there is one on page 8 of 20. It's in the green section under plumbing permits, line 105. The permit issuance went from 42.21 to 49 something?
To $49.
49 even.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me, I should have caught this earlier, but And then I'm looking at page 10 of 20. It says curve only under item 2425. It was 192 when it's less than 50. When it's plus 50, I don't know what that amount is.
When it's plus 50, it's $3. When you do the rounding to the CPI, it doesn't change.
So it stayed the same as
It stays the
prior,
same, yeah, which is what the green indicates.
And what was 24 when it's under 50 feet?
If it's under 50, it goes from 255 to 264.
264?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions or comments? If not, I will go ahead. Thank you, Vanya. Really appreciate it. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing may now come forward. I will be calling the yellow cards. Speaker number 1 may come up.
Could have been a little more clear and concise if we could have had a number at least presented to us about what exactly the increases were or the decreases were of the user fees. User fees are interesting. It's a mechanism that cities will use against the residents to recoup certain costs or just to raise prices or by the consumer price index. Has the cost of living gone down? No, not at all. Inflation is just eating everybody alive. But to insinuate that it's only going up maybe 2% is a little disingenuous at best. I think everything in the uniform schedule of fees should not be adjusted. It should stay the same. There should be a moratorium on it until the voters have an opportunity on the ballot of 2024 to vote for or against the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. That is going to be on our ballot here in California, which these user fees will go away. They will become classified as taxes. And when you have to raise taxes, you have to get a 2/3 majority to approve of an increase. And I think the voters and the taxpayers should be the ones deciding whether you, as council people and representatives, are trustworthy enough to handle our money for us. I'm on record. Stop these fees until this measure is passed or rejected. That will be on the ballot. Okay. That's pretty much it. No more user fees, no raising the fees on us. What was last year's 12%, 10%. We don't know what this year's was. Nobody said. We didn't have any information referring to that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, BC. If I can have speaker number 2 come up.
Wow, taxes. What are and is fees percentage of taxes affordable? Now, there's a book by Sandra Boynton, and the first words that come out of this taxpayers' funds is no moo fees. Now, we know what a cash cow does. Moo for a variety of untrustworthy taxpayer funds that she likes to moo. Because I, the little knows what the big moo eats. And we know what the oink oinks are doing when they fucked Prop 26 2010 on us. Because I I didn't agree with that at all. And the assistant manager, she's so young, she wouldn't care less about Prop 26 back in 2010. All I cared about was getting a return on my taxes so I could pay my mortgage or pay off my car or make a good payment on my notes so that I can get a return on my interest on the capital gains in which I purchased a new item. But now, you see, with the moo fees, I don't have to worry about this shit, about uniform schedule fees. Because I got other fools in our cities that like feeding the cow. You feed these cash cows and you feed the troughs and you load the troughs up to feed the pigs, and pigs just go oink, oink, oink. Now, whether or not this book that I've been reading lately, which is only so big and it has beautiful illustrations and very direct, you know, it talks about the rhinoceros. The big rhinoceros runs through the park, stomp, stomp, stomp on all the fees. And guess what happens when those fees are gone? You got to put more fees in there so that the other little doggies that chase the rhinoceros, ruff, 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 catch up to it so it doesn't cause an inflation in which the public who have 2 or 3 jobs can't really afford. That's what variety fees are about. And besides, if we were about using our taxpayer funds to help homeless people, the reality is, look around Downey, look around the city of Los Angeles, and look around this shitty state of California that fuckhead governor has done with all this shit.
Thank you for that. We have one more speaker for this public hearing.
Okay, so I'll be brief. I know, right? I don't agree with these fees. I never agree with them. So, yeah, I've been coming here for like 5 years now, and I guess now for the same service, the fees have increased basically by like $20. That's kind of a lot. When you add up all the different kind of fees and the fact that you always want more things to have a fee. So I agree with the gentleman. I think you people have abused this power so much that, yeah, we have to take it away from you. So that ballot initiative, yeah, it's gotten to the point where basically the government's main function now is to oppress everybody. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's not just like, oh, maybe like say working class people. It's pretty much everybody. The government is just stealing from everybody, raising the taxes on almost everybody, and then giving free money over to Ukraine. So why is it that the Ukrainian government is being paid by our money when we could use it here? Why do we have our ridiculous congressperson, Mr. Robert Garcia, saying, oh, we're concerned about this and that? How about you be concerned about this? About the ridiculous amounts of money that our community has to repeatedly shell out. Why is it that, oh, you only have like some charades going on the House floor? Why doesn't Mr. Trujillo or Ms. Frometa, when she goes to those events, well, hey, how about you pay for the fees of our residents? We need our money here. We don't need it over in Ukraine where our president is money laundering with his son. We don't need that. We don't need those 15 billion and then on top of the 100 billion and then there were the other 50 billion. So all of that is horrible. Horrible for the people over there. Horrible for us. Why don't you get on the phone there and say, hey, how about you pay for our fees? Or how about stop reducing them? So yeah, we have to completely remove your power to do this because you're constantly abusing. Again, it's been like $20 over the last 5 years. And I said that I would be brief. So look, still some time left for you to scrap this.
Thank you for that. Are there any more speakers on this public hearing? Seeing none, I make a motion to close public comment on this public hearing. Can I get a second?
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. Unless council colleagues have any comments regarding this public hearing item, I will entertain a motion in a second to introduce, not introduce, excuse me, to adopt, thank you, to adopt resolution number 238175, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey adjusting the city's uniform schedule of fees.
I make a motion to adopt resolution 238175.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, moving on to, let's see. Looks like we now will take public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. Please, if you did not receive a number card and wish to speak, please go to the back of the room or see our city clerk. Okay, we will, looks like we have 11 speakers tonight. I'll go ahead and call on speaker number 1. Just, I will remind speakers, the City Council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the City Council meeting. This right must be balanced with the need of the City Council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everybody who participates in this evening's meeting, from the members of the council here on the dais, to staff, to the members of the public in attendance, do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. And this includes yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts or disturbs the meeting. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts persons who are addressing the City Council. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking. Any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. And again, this is based on our Downey Municipal Code. Those who violate these rules of decorum for City Council meetings, that will result in an administrative fine under the Municipal Code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. Having said all that, thank you. Thank you for joining us, and you may proceed.
As I was walking around the town, a public artwork caught my eye. The artwork portrays children frolicking among fountains of water. You will find this artwork on the southeast corner of the intersection of Firestone Boulevard and Paramount Boulevard. Inscribed on this artwork are these words, "Embracing change." This recalls to mind the words of Solomon. "My son, fear the Lord and the King. Do not associate with those given to change, for their calamity will rise suddenly, and who knows the ruin those two can bring. Proverbs chapter 24, verses 21 and 22. On the internet, visit the website harvest.org.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 2 may come up, and looks like you will have a green number card. Thank you.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hi. So I got a couple things. I'd actually like to go back to the budget real quick. One of the areas, obviously, I do think we need to also continue to develop is the downtown area, but please do all you can to not allow any more bars. I don't want this to become bar city. I don't think you guys do either. We've got enough. So I think you mentioned, Madam Mayor, I forget what you call it, but where you address the city through the Patriot, your column.
Yes, the mayor's corner.
Yes. I'd like to thank you for your comments you made in regards to that absurd and disgusting group known as the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. I think they'd be better known as perpetual perversion. I've never seen such a disgusting group of people. Can you imagine if Christians and Jews mocked them the way they mock Christians and Jews? There'd be complete outrage. And why the Dodgers hosted them, I'm a lifelong Dodger fan, but I don't think I can support them anymore. That just, I don't even understand that, why they were invited. You know, people like to throw around the word or the term hate group. If there was ever a hate group, it's that group. I mean, what kind words ever come out of their mouths? I've never heard or seen anything. Sorry, I'm getting pretty upset about it. So the second thing I'd like to talk, and I guess I better speed it up, is I read in the Patriot, Downey Patriot, on May 25th, the council waived fees to the local LGBT group as far as their so-called pride event that they want to have here soon. But yet my church, who's pastored by the man that you just honored tonight, we had our church picnic at Furman Park recently, and we were charged all fees. So why is one group being given preferential treatment and others are not? To me, this amounts to discrimination. I don't think you guys did it intentionally, but in fact, I believe you did engage in discrimination. And in the future, either all groups need to have their fees waived or be charged fees. I think that you guys also allowed them to have a mobile stage and 4 police officers. My church was not given any of
We're
that.
actually voting on that matter today, later this evening. It's on the agenda.
Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't know that, so it sounds like my comments are timely, and I hope you take in consideration what I just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 3 may come up.
Oh, yes, sounds like discrimination and racist prejudice when it comes to different organizations. I would take that as an insult because this fucking queer appreciates when other faggots talk about what they dislike and like about faggots. Snyder versus Phelps, God hates you, you're going to hell. Simplify faggots. Thank you, Trujillo. I'm glad you like that because I understand it very well. Matter of fact, I like the word a dirty nigger because under 42 U.S.C. 1983, when I was downtown today in observance of the California Bar in deep shit trouble, known as an acronym NOD, Notice of Office Discipline, I finally realized a judge has the balls to discipline attorneys now in California Finally, the federal government is bending over and stopping this shit of faggots fucking the American people's dream. And we're not all criminals, but the dicks that have a college degree, the dicks that have a white privilege, racist, discriminatory motherfuckers that can offer one group something and not offer the other. Finally, I heard it before a judge on the 6th floor in the Cunt building downtown on 1st Street. Thank you, Your Honor. And it's here in my hand regarding Paul O. Paradis, Paradis, a federal criminal now, a dirty nigger, for the record. Here it is. And you know why I have to say that with confidence? Because like you heard in most of everyone's testimony tonight, there are unfairness, there is racism, there is hate speech, there's discrimination, but my issue is all free speech. I bring up about Bagdasarian versus Pasadena, the United States. I talk about Whitney versus California. I talk about Cohen versus the draft. I talk about all this Whitney versus California, Watts versus JBL, all this shit because I have to read this shit to understand why God hates dirty niggers. And some of you have become dirty niggers. Your hands is in the oink oink dish and you're feeding yourselves along with your nonprofits and your pay-to-play scheming, embezzlement, fraud, waste, pitiful shitholes. So for the record, 42 U.S.C. 1983, fuck you.
Thank you for that. And again, those members here in the audience and those watching us via YouTube, it is unfortunate you have to sit here and listen to obscenities. People hide under First Amendment in free speech to abuse this time. And I just need to tell you our sincere apologies for speakers that are foul and crude and disrespectful and don't have anything of value to contribute to our city. Moving on to speaker number 4. Thank you. This is your warning. One more and you will be out. This is your warning, Mr. Herman. Go ahead.
Okay, non-agenda, I'll start with number 19, lead certification. No, we do not need lead certification from community development. That is just another smokescreen for ESG. That's environmental, social, and government factors as far as buildings go, new buildings specifically, to save the environment and cut our carbon footprint and other climate change cultish type of ideals that they keep foisting upon us here from the United Nations. Downey does not need any of that at all. America doesn't need it either. The reason why you have fees, you don't want to let the voters decide any of those things is because most liberal officials are addicted like a drug addict. You're addicted to other people's money. Other people's money is what you're addicted to. Now, if you put that in an acronym, it's OPM, other people's money. Like a heroin addict, say it fast, opium, opium, other people's money. That's what you're addicted to, and we need to keep more of our money. Okay, Calvary Chapel, you locked them down during the COVID era, and even you, mayors, stood in here repeatedly and echoed Joe Biden that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Unbelievable. You did not stand up for their right to assemble, and you were not you're going to vote on it tonight after much protest, but you went out of your way for LA Cata. Especially, we have a board member and our fictional District 5 representative here for the Downey Pride event, which there's nothing to be proud of because these people and other degenerates are out now riding around nude and on bicycles in front of kids. They are marching in the streets of New York City saying, "We're coming for your kids." That's what they want. These are groomers. They're after the children, and they make no bones about it. They've been empowered by Joe Biden and all of you that go along with this sort of activity. Not just, including the gentleman at St. Raymond's. They contended that it was terrible that the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgences at Dodger Stadium was bad, but they could do it somewhere else if you read his article and his op-ed. As long as they didn't make fun of the nuns, they had a right to do it anywhere else. That makes me think they really don't disapprove of it that much. Something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Speaker number 5 may come up. Oh. Hello, Mr. Lacy.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. Bradley, and staff. I'd like to address a recently enacted legislation sponsored by our people in Sacramento and had to do with basically saying that if I am a shoplifter, I can take up to $950 worth of merchandise. And the chances are I may get away with that completely free, or if cited by the prosecution, I may be slapped on the hands with a misdemeanor. Now, if one does that, from a retail point of view, the retail people have to decide if that continues a lot, they will lose money, and by losing money, that means they will increase prices on products. Also, the retailer will put a lot of the merchandise behind locked doors. And in some cases, a very large retail organization has closed down completely retail stores in certain areas, especially in San Francisco. The consumer goes to the place and he or she will probably have to pay more money for the products. Also, they will have to probably wait in line and wait for somebody to come by and unlock the merchandise that is behind closed doors. And of course, the criminal can walk out of the store completely and maybe not get challenged at all. Or if the criminal gets cited, the prosecutor may just waive that because the prosecution doesn't want to put in the time to address a $950 or less violation of the law. And of course, the last item is that they may be charged with a misdemeanor, and of course, the hands are slapped. And most likely, if I were a criminal along that line, I should go out every day and try to get away with stealing as much merchandise as I can to get away with. And maybe in the future, I may decide, well, hey, that's an easy gig. Let me go a step further and maybe get into other things. So in my opinion, with this legislation enacted, it changes the balance of scale to benefit the criminal and not the public. Ronald Reagan once said that when the government comes knocking on your door and says they're here to help, run. This ends my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Lacy. Speaker number 6 may come up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor and council members. I appreciate your time to listening to our concerns. I want to speak to you regarding the pride flag being flown on government property in our beautiful city of Downey. We are aware that the city is flying the pride flag in June in the public square, even though the city council had voted on this issue in 2021. And reminder, this was when everyone was so focused on COVID mandates and restrictions. During that time, was it made clear to everyone that the flag was going to be flown every single year, and for how many years? That is my question. From the flying of the pride flag to the city approving pride festivals in our city and giving fee reductions and incentives, while other events and programs have to pay all fees, is an indication of unequal treatment. Ms. Catherine Alvarez, our former city councilwoman who was recalled, was the initiator of this movement in the city of Downey. Unfortunately, Mr. Trujillo is continuing to push this agenda to our community. This is unfair and unsound for many in our city. The city should not be promoting LGBTQ anything or any ideologies that ignite division. It is appalling to see how our city leaders would promote this, knowing that it brings resentment and divisiveness. I request for the city to pass a uniform policy which will allow only certain flags to fly in public buildings. The city should not be waiving fees for some projects, programs, and events, but require others to pay. We respect the individual rights of every human being. I work in healthcare and see everyone as a unique person who deserves respect and who I see them as created in the image of God. It is known that people who suffer from gender dysphoria and who belong to LGBTQ have a higher chance of coexisting anxiety, depression, panic, insomnia, and unfortunately suicidal tendencies and history of abuse and homelessness. Therefore, instead of supporting and promoting it as normal, we need to fund programs that help these individuals and communities struggling in these issues and directing them in the right path. As a matter of fact, I am a nurse practitioner for 15 years, and I see this firsthand as far as how this, conditions affect people of this community. We do not want this lifestyle preference to be promoted and glorified, most importantly on the children. The proximity of the flag just right there being flown to the city the city library is disheartening when I see it every time. As parents, we bring our children to the library, especially in the month of June when it is their summer break. We are forced to explain to them what the rainbow flag on the pole means. We should not be faced with this dilemma when simply taking our children to the library. Please, please, Mr. Trujillo and everybody else, please respect our children and families. It is surprising to me that we just recognize Christian Catholic churches. Pastor Dutch from...
Thank you. Your time is up.
I just want to say,
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. If you please, can you please? Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you. Speaker number 7.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Arthur Shopper. I'm the Field Director for Mass Resistance. We're an international pro-family group. We're very proud of our Downey chapter that was instrumental in removing the Planned Parenthood sex ed curriculum at the school district. And some of our members reached out to me and informed me about that shameful flag that is still flying on government property. That's not acceptable. That is discriminatory. And the city is actually opening itself up to potential lawsuits. Shurtleff versus Boston was decided by the United States Supreme Court. You cannot discriminate on government property. If you allow one partisan flag, then you have to allow other partisan flags. I can send you that legal opinion. You need to either pass a policy that is only certain flags, or you have to allow every flag, Confederate flag, Nazi flag, pro-life flag, pro-family flag. These are mandates. I want to celebrate the city of Downey for getting rid of Catherine Alvarez. She was an abusive bigot. It was shameful for her to disrespect our flag, American flag. That is our pride flag, and that is the flag that should be flying highest over every other. Furthermore, I think it is outrageous that the city has discriminated in charging the churches fees to use the parks, but allowing these pride festivals to take place. Churches are essential. Pride festivals are not. Pride festivals are actually a degradation to a community. This is outrageous that the city would even waive fees or even allow these programs to take place. As previous speakers have mentioned, we now have these so-called pride festivals allowing naked men to display themselves before children. We have these displays that are pushing all kinds of sexual perversion and degradation. That is no business being in any community. That is not acceptable. I will repeat, the pride flag that should fly is that American flag. And we celebrated the armed forces. They deserve our pride. They deserve our respect. It is essential for this city council to follow the pattern of cities like Huntington Beach and even my home city of Torrance. We have passed clear policies that only certain flags fly. And I can provide that ordinance for you, and others can as well. It is essential to put the needs of the community first and not to celebrate perversion and degradation. And I cannot thank enough the city of Downey, a real honor that you removed Catherine Alvarez from this dais. This city council needs to take steps to ensure that it's easier to replace individuals who are recalled, but you need to take a stand on this and allow only certain flags to fly. You voted on this 2 years ago. Ms. Frometa, you did the right thing and voted against it, but now we need the other colleagues to step up and remove this. And I'll just add this. Shame on you, Mr. Trujillo, giving this idea that Mr. Gascon is somehow someone we should celebrate or that he suddenly wants to crack down on crime.
Please
I was
direct your
born at
comments to
night,
me.
not last night. Give me a break. Recall Gascon, get rid of the pride flag and this pride nonsense and respect our churches. And those are essential. They benefit the community. Pride does not.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I want to remind speakers to please address the comments to me as the chairman of the meeting, as the mayor. All comments need to be directed to me. And we are not really allowed to engage in back and forth discussion with members of the public during public comment. And so that's why when you ask questions and we don't respond, it's not because we are being disrespectful to you or inconsiderate or insensitive, but this is your time to address us. Thank you for that. Speaker number 8.
Frometa, council
evening.
members. I'm Dorothy Pemberton, and I'm one of the advocates for having a community garden. So I want to talk community garden. And seems appropriate since the number of speakers, and it's in our budget as well. But it happened that the other day, I was in business in Lakewood and saw the sign at the Lakewood Community Garden. So I did a legal U-turn, and I went back and I really wanted to see it for myself because I feel that Downey can use something like this. And I took a number of pictures, went inside, talked to some of the people that were working the community gardens, and thought I'd just give you a quick little informational statement from what I heard. So the community gardens is in collaboration with and cooperation with Southern California Edison. This particular location was on Carfax and Candlewood, right close by Woodruff and South Street. The gardens, of course, are underneath the Edison lines. It is Edison property. The person there also told me that they pay about $20 a year. It's a lottery system. They have a waiting list. There are about 200 lots. And if a garden is not maintained, then there'd be a letter that's sent out because it looked like it might not be adhered to. There is, like I said, a list, and it's for Lakewood residents only. They do have bylaws, and they're online. There's a website. There's even kind of like a community board. They are open from sun up to sundown. They do have a lock on the gate. There's like 2 or 3 different access points for that. It looks like each of the parcels from what I saw and took a look at is maybe like 10 by 10. So it's a good size. They're very well groomed. They said the city provides the water, so there's water hoses that can reach your particular parcel, and that's the city's cost for that. So it's a matter of working with Edison, which you may have already started or inquired. It's a really good, cute community activity. People were coming and going continually. It was during the week. I'd say the parcels look like 10 by 10, size of a small bedroom. And I'll email each of the council members a picture of what I have. I just wanted to submit this to take a look for the record and hope that we keep moving forward with it.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think we all want community gardens. We're definitely supportive of those. Speaker number 9 may come up, please. And thank you for waiting. I know it's been a long meeting with public hearings, and thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Mayor, council members, everyone of the public, I appreciate your time. My name is Erwin Luna. I am part of Hector Sosa's district number 2. Madam Mayor, you began this evening speaking, celebrating the fathers. It was Father's Day recently, and you were speaking about fatherless crisis. And why I come here before you is to announce that I would like to open up a karate federation here in the city of Downey. My mother worked for the city of Linwood, and when I was growing up, I did my practice in the city of Linwood, and recently went back because we had a relative whose father isn't present, and it was important for me to introduce male leadership to him and take him back to karate. And I ended up going back myself, and speaking with my instructor, I think it is time for my generation to start stepping up. And you had mentioned a call to action. I believe it is my call now to begin this federation. So it is just my intent to open this up, and I'm just asking for the city support. With Parks and Recreation, and with the 21% increase in the quality of life budget, I think we can make this happen. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. If you can, please leave us your contact information, and we'll definitely have staff follow up. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, real quick, if you're still around after the meeting, we can talk.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 10.
Yeah, so on this flag thing, so there's a lot of options that people are bringing up for the table, like having I guess, some type of application or general guidelines. I'd like to propose an alternative, no flags. No flags at all. I mean, flags are, okay, they were, I guess, invented during war, like back then, so you could tell who was on whose side. But now I think they mainly represent ideas, and that's good, but also bad sometimes. I think it's a shame when people, you know, for example, and I'm not saying that everyone does this by any means, but I do think there are some people, like the mayor, who will say, oh, look, I like the flag. Like respecting our American values, but then she goes around violating the First Amendment. So that's why I've said multiple times, you know, how are you gonna claim to be a good citizen if you're saying you like the flag? Oh yeah, I honor the flag, but then you dishonor the Constitution, which is really the heart of the country. The flag is like, okay, we put it up there and, you know, it has a history, and that history is very interesting. But yeah, no flags. Instead of just going to this image, how about we think about the actual thoughts in the governmental documents, which is not what, again, the mayor is a great example of this. I remember she had a mask during the pandemic. It was the US flag. And that was at the same time that she was abolishing, cutting back on the time here that people could have at the podium. It was when she, you know, wanted to do all sorts of actions against freedom of speech. And then the former District 5 council member, what is his name? The previous council member from District 5, that gentleman. So he had to school her about the First Amendment and how you're not supposed to regulate people's speech, and it's core to the Constitution. So that's an example. Yeah, maybe okay, like, okay, people want to talk about flag policy. So, but yeah, I think also there should be a consideration of no flag Why should, I mean, yeah, make it totally neutral for everybody. And then there's no conflicts about which flag is up there. Yeah, so it's time to study the Constitution. Don't just say that you honor the flag. You have to honor the Constitution, which the mayor does not.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 11.
Good evening. Hi, guys. So a couple things.
Hello.
Number one, I'm here to speak about an off topic. Recently, I read about the 2 juvenile halls in LA County closing and how a lot of those youth are going to be relocated here to Downey to Los Padrinos. I think it's kind of useless to do that because we have an Office of Youth Development. We could do so much more. Now, another thing. You know, the whole night I've been hearing conservative people talk about we the people and the Constitution. It's unconstitutional. You want to talk about discrimination? I'm a fat, brown, gay person, and I know a lot of people up here come up here and are triggered by a flag. Like, you want to talk about inclusiveness and you want to talk about religion? It's for 1 month. It's not harming anybody. Whether people like it or not, there's queer people that live in the city of Downey. And when it comes to the Pride Festival sponsored by Lakota, I don't have a problem with it. So that's all I had to say about that. But going back to the Los Padrinos thing, just one last comment. You know, I was wondering if maybe the city can take into some consideration, maybe like meeting with the supervisor and see if we can, you know, the building has been, I don't think that there's enough capacity for the amount of youth that are supposed to be moved there. So, you know, what are we going to do with the rest of the youth? Are we just going to leave them out and wander in the streets of Downey since we want to talk about public safety? But yeah, so I'm here and I'm here to support the flag and Pride Fest. I don't have a problem with it. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Looks like we have one more speaker.
Hello,
Hello.
Madam Mayor, council
Hello.
members. I've never come up here to talk about sensitive issues, quite frankly, out of fear, because it's difficult to talk about things that make people uncomfortable. And in this community, I know that we really want people to feel comfortable, and it's hard to do it for everybody. I want to talk about something that I noticed in my time as a youth pastor. I was a youth pastor for 9 years, and I worked with all kinds of different youth. And the ones that needed the most help were members of the LGBTQ community. And it wasn't that they needed to be fixed in some way, because there was nothing wrong with them. It was that they needed to be accepted, and there needed to be a space in which they knew that they were still loved. And when I think about God, I like to think that God is not nearly as judgmental as the people that want to be like him. I think that God would accept these children with open arms. And so when I see that pride flag up there, first of all, when I see a rainbow, I think of the biblical definition of the rainbow. So it doesn't bother me as a Christian to see that flag up there. And when I see a pride festival, like the pride festival that we have in Downey that does not have any of the obscenities that some idiot described tonight, it makes me proud to know that those kids have families that accept them and that love them for who they are and create a healthy space for them to be able to express themselves. I think that Downey did something amazing when they did bring a pride festival here. I know that people don't agree with me, and I know that there's Christians that are gonna say that I shouldn't call myself a Christian, but I am a Christian, and I accept everybody as they are. And I'm so proud to be a Downey resident, and I was very proud to know that we were gonna be having pride festivals, and I think that most of the people in this city don't have a problem with it. The ones that don't like it don't have to go, but the ones that love it should be able to continue loving it and to continue celebrating inclusiveness within our community. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Alfred. Okay, it looks like we do have one more speaker. Do you have a card? Oh.
that fine?
Okay, yes, we have one more speaker and, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Fermenta. Hello, City Council and staff, citizens. I'm just going to speak on a couple things a couple areas in which I think we could improve on. I always like to add value. So one thing in specific that I noticed is downtown Downey, that main thoroughfare right there, where all the new commercial restaurants and retail is being established. I like to frequent that specific area, downtown Downey, and it's very dangerous at night. I like to go to that place, Ola. They have good food there, and it's a good environment, but this is from personal experience. I walked out of there around midnight after I bought some pizza there, and there was this big gangster guy pushing a woman outside of that place, Joseph's, next door. This is around midnight, and I had to intervene to help these two ladies that were trying to get to the car. The guy was outrageous, outlandish, and I was thinking to myself, there were a couple security guards there, and I looked around, but there weren't any police officers on foot. Downey is booming economically now. We're bringing in all these businesses, major tenants, power tenants, Starbucks, Walmart, you name it. We have so much, our economy is booming now. So logically, observing this issue, we need to increase police officers to control the enormous growth that we have economically. At that point, I thank God I was there to help those two girls, those two ladies. But I think we need a couple police officers on both sides of Downey Avenue, especially in those late hours. Just like Huntington Beach, I see police officers walking in pairs, side by side, taking care of each other, and making sure that there isn't chaos being exuded there. It's going to get. I majored in city planning from the University of Southern California, so I'm a visionary. I'm very observant. If we do, I remember the police chief suggested more police officers. I heard it, and it was abruptly denied. This is an important issue. We need to consider it. The economy's going up. We need more police officers to keep the streets safe. God willing, we're not going to have street takeovers like Southgate and Huntington Park and South Central and Compton. Okay? Slowly but surely it starts picking up and momentum gains, and I see it with my own eyes just when I was over there in downtown Downey and seeing that big gangster pushing around a woman with no police officers to intervene. So we need to be very careful, and safety is our number one concern. Safety first. We need to consider more police officers, please. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will, seeing no other speakers, I will now make a motion to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, now this takes us to consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I have to recuse myself on item number 6, as I own property near this location.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I will, is there a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
I make a motion.
Okay,
Second.
please vote.
The consent calendar is approved with Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo abstaining from item number 6.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to administrative reports. We have 3 this evening, and number 18 is a fee waiver request from Calvary Chapel Church. And the City Council discuss and provide staff with direction on whether to waive all related city fees for the Calvary Chapel Church Freedom Festival event at Downey High School occurring on July 1st at an estimated cost of $4,766. City Manager Bradley?
Interim Community Development Director Post will provide the report, Mayor.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As mentioned, Calvary Chapel is hosting the Freedom Festival on July 1st, which will include a fireworks show, kids play activities, musical performance, food trucks, and vendor booths. The church has, well, actually, maybe go back. The Planning Commission actually approved a special event for the church on June 21st of 2023. The church has requested that the city waive all city fees associated with the community event, which is estimated at $4,766. The municipal code does not have a procedure for waiving city fees, and since the city council decides fees, staff is seeking council's direction tonight on whether or not to waive the fees. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Greg. Now, a question. How are they addressing the issue of public safety and security?
There will be, as conditioned through the Planning Commission special event, there will be 4 police officers at the event with 2 parking assistants. And then the church actually has a number of security, not security, but it's kind of security folks that are going to be assisting with the event. I don't know the exact number of that amount, though.
Okay, but they did not request security. They're taking care of security on their own.
For the most part, except for the 4 police officers, 4 Downey police officers, and 2 parking attendants, or parking assistants. And that's part of their request. That total is $3,400.
Okay. Do we know approximately, I know this event has occurred a couple times before. This was before COVID. Do we know how many approximately people do they anticipate to attend the event?
I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
I was looking at the report, so, okay.
I don't think that I know exactly the number of people that are planning to attend.
No, I was just looking at the breakdown of the fees that brought us to that total of $47.66. But it looks like the bulk of that cost is the cost to cover the police officers to monitor the event.
That is correct.
Okay. Council colleagues, do you have any questions?
Well, I'll just say that I did attend one of the last ones before COVID, and it was well attended. It's a major fireworks show, and I think they're doing the community a service by providing this major fireworks show. People are excited about it, and these things cost a lot of money to hold, and they're not asking the city for any money, just to help out with some of the fees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't have a question, but I want to echo my colleagues' comments. Thank you to the Calvary Chapel for stepping up and providing this, what is sure to be an amazing program for our Downey residents and our families. And I think, and I hope this is a very well-attended event. So with that, I don't have any other comments or questions, but I prepare to make a motion when the mayor deems appropriate.
Anyone else have any comments? Okay.
Just mention that you were talking about expectation of number of people. They're expecting somewhere around 4,000 people according to their report. So you're looking at just over $1 a person. Great value for the investment.
I didn't see that. Councilmember Horn. Where is it? Maybe, oh. Wait, I lost my place now. Oh, okay.
Draw up to 4,000.
Let's see. Okay, I will. Yes. Okay, got it. Well, Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo, you made a motion.
Yes, I move that we go ahead and waive fees, security costs in the estimated amount of $4,766 so the Calvary Chapel can successfully carry out this event for the community.
Thank you. I will.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Actually, before we vote, gentlemen, we do have, thank you, Greg. We do have, let's see. No, we don't need to take public comment. My bad. That was before. Okay. So, yes, we can vote now. Let's see.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Great. Thank you. Now, moving to item number 19, Senate Bill 9, ordinance provision requiring LEED certification, and that the City Council discuss and provide staff with direction regarding whether to initiate a zone text amendment to revise the city's existing ordinance pertaining to SB 9 as it relates to requiring new structures to obtain LEED certification at the platinum level. I see we have Greg at the podium to give us the staff report.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, you may know SB 9 is a state law that was enacted and became effective January 1st, 2022. It allows basically single-family residential lots, R1 zones, to be split into 2 lots, with each lot being able to provide 2 units on each lot. It also allows an existing lot to have 1 additional unit on the property in addition to an ADU. So it increases the amount of number of units that are allowed on a single-family residential lot. SB 9 allows cities to incorporate objective development standards into the ordinance, and staff proposed a draft ordinance in 2022 and presented that to the Planning Commission and City Council. It incorporated various objective standards aimed at preserving neighborhood characteristics and architectural compatibility in the city. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the ordinance to the City Council, and the City Council adopted that in March of 2022. One of the objective standards that was added to the ordinance requires new structures that are built under SB 9 to meet LEED Platinum certification. LEED certification is a process that's utilized for structures and site design that incorporates various energy efficient improvements. The more energy efficient improvements that you do, the higher rating in the LEED certification process. Platinum level being the highest level in the LEED certification process. While the city, it is within its right to add the LEED Platinum standard to SB 9 structures, it's important to note that doing so will increase the cost of building the units within the SB 9 ordinance. It's also important to note that the city does not require LEED certification of any other type of development proposed in the city. It's only required of SB 9 structures. At the June 13th, 2023 City Council meeting, the council directed staff to bring this item back to the council in regards to the concern of LEED Platinum requirement certification. If the council desires to change the ordinance as it relates to LEED certification, then it could direct staff to move forward with a zone text amendment, of which then we would bring that to the Planning Commission and then eventually back to the City Council for review and adoption. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do council colleagues, do you have questions or comments regarding this item?
I'll just say that, I mean, I'm in favor of less red tape when it comes to the ADUs, so that's my comment.
Okay.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I think he specifically said what I was looking for, and that's the cost value and the red tape. I don't know that that was our intention when we passed this ordinance, so I'm glad this is coming back to us. I don't want to be known as the city that's making it difficult for our families, you know, with the rising cost of housing. It'd be great if I could build a unit on my lot for my kids, right, or my in-laws. And those are the people that I have in mind, are current Downey homeowners, residents, who may be trying to add that ADU. And thank you for your presentation.
So now let me ask you, one of the things that as a council we discussed when we looked at this, and you're right, it's not our intention to add more bureaucracy and more red tape, but we also wanted to be very cognizant of not having slum landlords. And this is particularly, we're talking about ADUs, right? And we certainly want I agree with MPT Trujillo. We certainly want our, our children perhaps to have a place in, the back of our home. But at the same time, I still believe Downey needs to have some stringent requirements so that we are taking care of our residents, our families, so that we don't lessen the requirements, and all of a sudden we find ourselves with ADUs all over the place that don't meet the necessary standards and requirements, and really have a good place for people to live in, because it's very easy as we look at other cities around us that may not have such stringent requirements. It may be very easy. I think it's also a slippery slope where we may, by reducing certain requirements, we could find ourselves seeing people live in conditions that are less than desirable. And I think that was one of the discussion points we had at that particular time. So now my question is, and I'm looking at this, there is the certified certification, 40 to 49 points, silver certification. Can you explain again? Right now platinum is 80 points. So the gold certification, what is that?
So the certification is the lowest level of the four criteria. Basically, what a architect or a developer or a homeowner might want to do to try and create a more efficient, energy efficient home and site is there's actually a list of a variety of different items they have to choose from. Various different items of this checklist give you certain points, and so the more items you contribute, or the more energy efficient your home, the higher the rating and the certification. So the base level is just certification LEED. Then you go to silver, gold, and platinum, and at the platinum level, it's the highest level of energy efficiency in the LEED program, which requires the building and or site to incorporate much more energy efficient improvements. So therefore that drives up the cost of the project. That's basically how it works. So I can't give you an exact energy efficient, what it exactly means. There's a whole host of a variety of different items that an owner has to choose from to improve make their project
So
energy efficient.
if, and again, it's a hypothetical, if we as a council decided that, again, platinum is too stringent or too costly, and then we want to lower it to gold certification. Again, how much more efficient, or how much more? Because I think we've also been we've been focused on environmental sustainability, on reducing our carbon footprint and making our buildings more energy efficient. And so again, I see as a council why we took the steps on this ordinance to have this platinum level. So now, moving away from this platinum level, what is the cost difference between a gold certification and a platinum for somebody wanting to build an ADU?
That I don't believe that I can give you an exact amount. When speaking to the building official, the interim building official, in regards to this matter, he estimated the cost at the platinum level of $30,000 to above that, depending upon what types of things you're putting in. So that's the cost that you're doing to a unit that is fairly small, because they're restricted actually to a maximum size of 800 square feet. So that's a pretty significant cost for a small unit. Obviously, the levels as they go down to just straight certification would be less than that amount. But I can't give you an exact amount on what that is.
But I just, I would like to see a range. Is it 30% less, 40% less? And again, it's important that we have obviously this discussion, because not only, yes, do we want to help our community, but at the same time, I want us to be cognizant of are we going to then lower certain standards so that in every other home in our neighborhood that could potentially have an ADU will have that? And what type of standards? Well, where is our expectation as a city? And in some cases, are we going to be able to monitor, or are these places going to turn into some, slumlords, right? Because they can easily convert into that ADU and move forward with it.
The question I have is, how much of a drop off is it for the energy efficiency for the lower tiers? But the lower tiers, they still have to, be, decently built structures, right? They still
Yes,
have to,
they're correct. I mean, no matter, even if you didn't have a LEED certification, they're still required to be built to building code with some energy efficient things that anybody needs to put in. That's not at the LEED certification level. The LEED certification level will add additional energy efficient improvements. I probably couldn't tell you exactly what that is, but I know that the recommendation here is if the council is interested, we do need to go through a process to amend this. If the council is interested in seeing what those levels are, we can start with going to the Planning Commission and provide that additional information to the Planning Commission. When this eventually comes back to you, we can have that information. At that time, you can look at whether or not you want to evaluate whether or not a certain other LEED certification level is preferable.
It's a little difficult to quantify the exact savings you would get on the project by looking at different levels of certification. However, the reason for that being is that there is a series of different types of improvements that you can actually do, and you can choose from different categories to get a certain amount of points. So for example, you could put in ultra high efficiency appliances, and that would save on energy in the home. You could put in water saving improvements, high efficiency HVAC systems. So, and you could do those at various levels. You just have to add on additional things as you go up to higher levels. So going down to gold, and I mean, it could save you, 10% or something like that, but we don't really have the valuation and number on that. The LEED certification represents an investment in the home up front, so that you could save on energy and water and other environmental costs other utility type costs going forward through time. So it's sort of like invest now to save in the long term is what the intent behind the certifications usually are.
Point of clarification, Madam Mayor. I know we've used the terms platinum, silver, and then you keep saying LEED is sort of the LEED levels, like the basic, right? Some time ago, they started requiring toilets that flush like 1 gallon and then special shower heads, right? Well, LEED is above that. So would it be an accurate analogy, if you will, if I said, well, there's gold, there's silver, and then LEED is like bronze? What did we adopt? Bronze, silver, or platinum?
We adopted what's in the ordinance is the platinum level, which is at the highest level. So then you have platinum, below that is gold, then silver, and then just a straight certification. So it's kind of the lowest level is just certification. Those other improvements that you mentioned are some of those improvements, what you mentioned, are actually building code requirements of all structures to put in energy efficient.
I understand now, Madam Mayor. I see where you're going. So if we could consider not eliminating all the levels, right? You were wondering if we're at platinum now, what the savings would be to the basic or to gold? The gold. Okay, but yeah, I don't think anybody wants to allow slumlords, but habitability obviously is what's key. We want people living in clean, safe units. And it sounds to me like this is about energy efficiency. It's not about habitability, but is that correct? Energy, you can still have a habitable.
Oh, yes.
We're still going to require habitable, clean, up to code units that may not be as energy efficient as we initially would have hoped, right?
That's correct. Everything still needs to comply with building code and meet building code requirements. So it's not like any other home, a new home that would be built today would still need to meet building code requirements.
And when we passed this ordinance with this platinum level, even if we went down to just basic LEED, it's still more stringent for residential than commercial. If I understand correctly, you said there are no other property developments that require a lead. It's only SB 9.
That is correct. It's when we adopted the ordinance, we had that LEED certification, platinum level, just for SB 9 homes. Normally, if someone comes in with a new commercial building or a new residential building, there is no LEED certification required.
Yeah, this doesn't apply.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to see what difference it would make going from platinum to gold. I mean, I see again, there's points associated to this, to the various types of consideration.
If the council would like us to evaluate that, we could bring the item back at a future council meeting to talk about that.
We can, yeah, and as I mentioned, we can bring it back to a future council item, or we can move forward with the zone text amendment and have the planning commission look at the different rating systems, and then eventually come back to the council with a planning commission recommendation, hearing the council's comments. It's another option if you want to just move forward with, let's go through the process and evaluate this further.
Madam Mayor.
I'd like to have it brought back to council.
Okay.
Okay, so just so we're clear, don't send it back to planning commission. You want it to come back to us?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'd be interested in seeing the difference in levels also between gold and just your basic, just so we could understand the different levels, or none, no lead.
We could try to put an estimation on sort of what each level might cost.
Okay, thank you. So I move to have this come back to council with really looking at, the variation between the levels.
I'll second that.
Okay, please vote.
Thank you.
The motion is approved unanimously.
The last item on the agenda tonight is administrative report number 20, or the item number 20, second administrative report. And that is the discussion regarding the waiving of city fees and staff labor costs related to the LA Cata Pride event. That the city council discuss and provide direction to staff regarding the waiving of city fees and staff labor costs related to the 2023 LA Cata Pride event. City Manager?
Assistant City Manager De Rojas will provide the report. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City
May
Council.
I just note for the record that Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo left the room and has left for the evening because he's recused on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Interim City Attorney. Yes, I was about to mention that. Thank you.
So following up on, at the May 23rd, 2023 City Council meeting, representatives from LA Cata requested that a donation be made to the 2023 LA Cata Pride event in addition to the approval of the following requested items. So the first item is permission to close down Downey Avenue on Saturday, August 26, 2023 from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. the next day. Assistance from the city to notify all businesses about the street closure using city vehicles and barriers, use of the city's mobile stage, sound system, and engineer. Staff time for the event, both during the planning phase and on the day of the event. Police coverage, which includes 4 officers for a total of 27 hours. City fees to be waived. And lastly, for the city to promote the event on the city website, theater, and social media platforms. At that meeting, the City Council did not authorize a donation to the event as a community-based organization grant program was included as part of the fiscal year 23-24 budget process, and nonprofits such as LA Cata are encouraged to apply. In regards to the 8 requested items, below is a summary status of each one. In regards to the permission to close down Downey Avenue on Saturday, August 26th, it was explained at the May 23rd, 2023 meeting that LA Cata would need to submit a completed street closure special event permit application to the city, and once reviewed by staff, the application would then need to come before the City Council for approval. Following that City Council meeting, staff contacted LA Cata and provided the application, and we're pending that application to be submitted to the city staff. It should be noted that during the review process by city staff, there could be conditions placed on the event or permits required that have associated city fees and require Downey police officer staffing. These are discussed further in the report under requested items 6 and 7. Items 4 and 7 were also approved at the May 23rd, 2023 meeting with the following related costs. Use of the city's mobile stage, sound system, and engineer. The sound and engineer is going to be $2,500, and the mobile stage rental, there is no rental fee for nonprofit organizations, but there is labor costs associated to this. I do want to note that we did get an update from LA CADA yesterday afternoon stating that they are no longer going to be requesting the mobile stage, sound engineer, and stage as they have now changed plans to the site layout. And also, the City Council approved city fees to be waived, mainly permitted to building and safety permit costs. It's unknown at this time what those costs could be, but similar to other events, it could be roughly about, it's not stated in the report, about $350. So to continue on the remaining items that need to be discussed by the City Council. So for item 2, assistance from city staff to notify all businesses about the street closure. So we worked with Parks and Recreation. They have notified us that it's $170 in order to provide that. For the actual street closure using city vehicles and barriers, Public Works provided the cost of $1,750. For staff time for event organization, both for the planning phase and on the day of, for the Parks and Recreation Director to attend those meetings, $350. For Public Works staff to do the setup for traffic control, showmobile, and hard closure, that's $2,960. And for police coverage for 4 officers for a total of 27 hours, the estimated cost is $10,889. I do want to note, though, that as the actual application is submitted to the city, city staff would review the application, including the Downey Police Department. And based on the layout, expected number of attendees, hours of operations, and use of a beer garden or similar amenity, the cost could actually change depending on the layout. So this is just an estimated cost based on what they had requested from the city. So in addition to the requested items, let me back up. So the total anticipated value of the city in-kind contributions is roughly, with the change from LA CADA yesterday, and it looks like the $350 that needs to be included. So it's about $16,600 is what the cost is going to be. In addition to that, they also asked for staff, for City Council to provide approval to promote the event on the city website, theater, and social media. It has been the city's practice to only post city or city-sponsored events on its social media platforms. As such, in 2021, the LA CADA Pride event was not promoted on the city's social media platforms or website. However, due to the city's $25,000 donation to LA CADA in the 2022 event, it was considered a city-sponsored event and was advertised on the social media platforms. So that concludes staff's report. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
But the police coverage includes 4 officers. Why 27 hours?
That is actually the number that LA CADA provided to us. That's the number that they felt they needed to provide coverage. But like I mentioned, once they actually submit the application to us, that's when PD would actually review the layout, operation, hours, number of attendees, and other information that they would give a better assessment of what coverage they feel needs to be done at the event, and then, of course, the associating costs.
So now, and let me ask you, when item number 5, I'm looking at the report, staff time for event organization, both during the planning phase and on the day of the event. Did staff provide time last time?
Yes.
And what was that amount? Do we know?
We didn't track the time last time, actually the prior 2 times, but staff was involved, the Parks and Recreation staff to provide guidance and input. And also there were some DRC meetings where it's a combination of CD, fire, and various individuals to help guide them in the development of the process. So those were quite a few meetings as well, but there was no tracking of the actual costs associated with those meetings.
And is this a practice we have had for other groups that are doing events in our city? Is this a practice that we have a habit of doing? Do you?
We typically don't provide this type of guidance along the way. Definitely during the first time had been held, it was the first time in the city, so we were trying to be good partners and assist them in the development of it. But typically, when outside organizations, it's up to them to put together the event and come to us with a clear game plan of what their event is and layout.
Colleagues, do you have questions or comments?
Just to go back to the promotion, this isn't a city-sponsored event. So this is not a city-sponsored event.
Correct. Since the council had not authorized the donation, that is now not considered a city-sponsored event. And following past practice, then that would mean that we wouldn't be posting it on social media. But again, that's up to the city council to decide.
So the standard policy by the city is not to promote non-city sponsored events.
Correct. Non-city or city-sponsored events. That has been the past practice.
Okay. Because I know Calvary Chapel Downey, that's not a city event. They have requested a promotion on the website or on social media, and that's not happening.
Correct. For that same practice, since it's not a city event or a city-sponsored event or a donation given to them, it's not put it on social media.
Okay. So my take on that is we need to stay consistent with the policy and keep it fair for all groups and not promote it since it's not a city-sponsored event.
Any comments or questions?
I concur with my colleague.
Okay. Now, for the amount for, I want to make sure that, any type of event is obviously safe. And they do have, additionally, aside from the 4 officers, are they going to have additional, I know last time they also had, I think, county sheriff?
So they had requested that the sheriff's department be considered for it, but Downey PD actually were the ones who did the event, just because it was within our city, so we felt it'd be more efficient if we were overseeing the event. But they, LA County Supervisors Hans actually funded those costs on behalf of the city.
Going back to the estimated cost for the Downey PD officers, how many hours is the event for?
They had requested 27 hours of police officers' time.
How many hours is the event?
I believe it's technically 28.
28 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Is this overtime for the officers?
I will have to refer to our chief. Yes, it is.
Is the Freedom Festival at Downey High, are they utilizing Downey PD officers?
I believe from the prior report that was part of the requested fees was 4 officers.
Yeah, and I think that was at a cost of about $4,600.
But I just want to make a note that they have already submitted plans and the layout for how that event is going. We have yet to receive the plans. And also this particular event would have possibly, there was mention of a beer garden, so that also changes the staffing as well and considerations for the event.
For sure. I don't want to make it a practice for the city and the city staff to get into planning and organizing events that are not city events. Otherwise, we will find ourselves there's a lot of worthy organizations, many I can think of, that we can, everybody needs help and everybody needs assistance, but having our staff plan, be involved in the planning phase, this is something that LA CAUTA should be doing on their own. We can definitely waive some fees and we can, do our part to be fair and consistent. But I also don't want to see us get into the habit of any number of organizations coming to us to request staff's time for planning their event. And I realize we are good partners with many of the organizations, but how much time does our staff spend time with other organizations doing these type of things? Maybe I'm unaware and we've already established a pattern. I don't know.
I think we would answer questions if they asked us of those kinds of things, individual questions, but generally, no, we would ask them to prepare the plans and we would review it and provide feedback. Then they might ask us for some clarity on what our feedback is, but that would be pretty much the limit of what we do.
Okay.
So LA COTA is in the process of putting all the plans together, how the whole thing's gonna be laid
so
out?
we submitted the street closure special permit application to them to complete and send it back to the city, and so that's what we're waiting to receive back.
By when do we need to receive that in order for this event to occur? Do you know?
Yeah, so I would guess we'll defer back to our city director, the last deadline for that.
I know that special events are minimum 30 days submittal prior to, so that we can get it to a planning commission meeting for special event permits. The policy on street closures, I'm not sure if it has that same 30 days, but it's probably it would be beneficial.
Yeah, the admin reg regarding the street closures just states it needs to go back to the city council. So ideally, we'd hope before the meeting before the event, so as soon as possible. But that's the only requirement it states.
Okay. Anything else? So I propose that we move forward with that we eliminate item number 5, which is the $3,300. And you said they will no longer need the city's mobile stage and sound system and an engineer?
That is correct.
Okay. But I do want to make sure that we do have, the coverage, the police officer coverage. So I move to, with my council colleagues, if you're in agreement, I move to approve the request minus item number 5 on the list, the staff time for event organization. And you said that number 4, also the city's mobile stage, they decided not to utilize it. And number 8, not being a city-sponsored event, it will not be promoted on the city's website or theater or social media platforms, keeping consistent with our current practice.
If I could just make a point of clarification for item number 5, there is a cost associated for the actual barricades for the vehicles. So if there is approval of item number 3, staff would need to place those vehicles there and set up. So that is staff time related to that. So we can separate that out and have it specifically for the city vehicles, barriers, and then everything else would be treated separately.
So what are the estimated costs now by removing those items?
We're looking at, is it roughly 15,000?
It's about 13.
About 13.
Yeah, 13,500 roughly. Mm-hmm. And again, just to clarify, that large chunk is PD, so that number could fluctuate depending on when that application is submitted.
Mm-hmm.
And just one more clarification with respect to Downey PD, 4 officers, 27 hours, does that mean that they're gonna overlay, some of them will be working in pairs at one point?
I would have to refer to our chief of police and how that setup works.
So far, we just have the request. Their request was 4 officers for 27 hours. I don't know what they proposed that to be, and because we haven't seen a plan yet, in terms of the scope of the area that they're going to be closing off and all of the specifics, it's difficult for us to make a solid recommendation. But that's what they had suggested and requested. And I'm not sure how they proposed to break that up. If that was going to be 2 officers just for evening hours and 2 during the day, or 4 for the entire event. It's a little unclear still.
Do we know, Chief, what the service level was last year?
I believe this is very different in scope.
Yes,
from what we
just
had
a
last year.
reminder, last year there was 2 events running also. So one at Furman Park, which was a picnic event, and then also a secondary event that was held in the downtown that was more of like a night evening event. So it looks like they're trying to combine them into one event now in the downtown. So the costing and staff time was different last time.
So it's down to one day.
It's back down to one event.
Do we know their hours?
I believe the hours are going to be from 10 a.m.
Yes,
to
to
10
2 a.m.
a.m. Yeah, but the actual hours of the event, we haven't received. They just given us 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. or 2 a.m. the next day. But again, we haven't received much other information outside of that.
When do we anticipate their final plan?
We've been reaching out to them. We haven't heard back yet.
For the events, what time did we allow them last year for their evening event?
Oh,
Was it also until 2 a.m.?
I would have to double
Because
check.
I also, one thing is, our restaurants and our businesses have, the 2 a.m., closing time. But with an event, what type of events have we had in the downtown that go until 2 a.m.? I know that we have, we've had the International Food Festival. We've had, Havana Nights. I believe those go up, I think, till 10:30 maybe, if I'm not mistaken. I think 2 a.m. is a little bit, it's a little bit pushing the envelope. I would propose to, and I don't know if this has already gone through planning, but I would like to see the 10 a.m., till, 10:30 p.m. If all of our events go to 10 p.m., there's no reason why we're going to have them until 2 a.m. That just, to me, it brings, you've got everybody from the bars and the restaurants, and then that, it just adds additional, much more additional number of people late at night. And I just think it's a public safety.
Mayor, if I may, last year's event was from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. And
Okay.
the 2 a.m. took into account the actual street closure and the breakdown time. But the event itself last year was 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., the Friday night event in downtown.
Okay.
Well, you know what, I'll tell you what, we're asking all these questions because it would really be helpful if we had a plan right in front of us. It really would. Our next council meeting is a month and a day before the event. That puts us at least 30 days out before that event. I'd like to see the plan. Because I'm curious. I'd like to see how they came up with 27 hours for 4 officers. I'm trying to understand that math. And, we just got to, if we see it in front of us and the numbers make sense, and yes. But, we're asking all these questions because we don't have a plan in front of us,
So we can circle back with LA CAUTA and try to get them to submit a plan and have staff review before the next council meeting so that can be brought to City Council for consideration.
And that puts us at least 30 days out before the event. I'd like to see the information.
Yes, it would have to be done by then, so yeah.
But, and I think in coming back, I still will be eliminating number 5. I think that, the staff, they still need to put the barricades, I get it, and the city vehicles. But I don't see, not being a city-sponsored event, I don't think we're in the business of planning and managing other organizations' events. We have a very successful 2-day Greek festival that has happened for the last, 25+ years. And so always my concern is, yes, I want us to be helpful and I want us to support and be inclusive of all, but at the same time, it's a slippery slope. And I want to be able to look at numbers and, we just approved a few thousand for the Freedom Fest. At the same time, I don't want organizations to think of the city, and just coming to us and we're going to be writing blank checks for any and all events. So if we can remove number 5 and again, number 8 is not going to, we're not going to do that as well. And are you making a motion, Councilmember Sosa?
I'd like to make a motion that we revisit the next council meeting, given that LA CATA does have a detailed plan for us to review.
Okay, I will second.
I will second
You will second?
Yes.
Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved with Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo abstaining from the item, recusing from the item, and also absent from the meeting.
Okay, thank you, everybody. This city council meeting is now adjourned in memory of Madison Police Department Officer Warren Randy Tyler, who perished during a tactical operation, Denham Springs Corporal Sean Kelly, who succumbed to his injuries after responding to a call while on duty, and West Virginia State Police Sergeant Corey Maynard, who perished while on duty. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. It is 10:27. This meeting is now adjourned.